So
about 2
welcome
seconds. Yeah.
everyone. I hope you're having a good start to your day or a good day, depending on where you are. We are very happy to have you here. We're excited to have you here at the University of Houston Law Center LL.M or Master of Laws orientation. So I know that it has taken a lot for you guys to get to this point in your career and in your lives to make the decision to take this this incredible step of moving forward in obtaining your law degree. And for many of you, your first law degree in the U.S. For maybe a couple of you, this is your master's program, but you did your first law degree in the U.S. So as I'll get into in a moment, we have quite an agenda for you today. So there is a lot of information that we're going to be providing. But first, I'll give you a little bit of information, starting with, which I often forget, which is to introduce myself. So my name is Karen Jones. I am the Executive Director of Global and Graduate Programs here at the University of Houston Law Center. So I am responsible for the, along with the rest of my team, and you'll meet all of them in a moment. So responsible for the LL.M, the administration aspects of the LL.M program, as well as other programs that we do here. Some of you might be familiar with the Legal English certificate program, also the Visiting Scholars Program, International Exchange. So we handle international outreach and collaborations and memorandum of understandings with other universities. So we do quite a bit in global and graduate programs, even though we're a very small team. There's only 4 of us. So I am going to jump right in again to the information today. So I'm going to start sharing slides just to kind of keep us on course. Let's see, let me know if you guys can see that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So as I started with a welcome, and so again, welcome everyone. And as I mentioned, so we have a couple of people that have their first degrees in the US, but we also have the majority of people on this call that have their first law degree outside of the US. And so we call this a combined orientation. Okay, so it's combining all of our LL.Ms. You know, they have an opportunity to get this additional information, and we will be sharing a lot of information with you today. So we don't intend to do information overload, but we do expect that a lot of the information that you're going to receive today, a lot of it you have already heard in some way, shape, or form, because I know that you have had obviously a lot of contact and communication with Suzanne, but also with Cheryl on our team. So kind of treat today as, you don't have to like frantically take notes, but certainly pay attention to the things that we're saying. But I also want to reiterate or stress that, again, a lot of this information is going to be repetitive, but you will have the information in things like email that you've received, your information packets, and then you always have access to most of this information on the LL.M website. Okay, so always keep that in mind. Again, the orientation materials are materials that will be helpful to you throughout your time here at the University of Houston Law Center. The contact information. So you're familiar with the LLM at UH.edu, and you can continue using that if you have any questions, if you need some assistance during the start of your LLM program. And of course, the phone number, again, that you all should be familiar with, which is 713-743-2280. And that, again, is a place that you can go if you need some help or assistance throughout your journey here. And then again, I'll stress the website, because we really try to put a lot of information right at your fingertips. So you can always go to the website to get very helpful information throughout your time here. Okay, so now the important stuff. Okay, so you guys are now part of the University of Houston. And one of the big things, and this is something that might be a little bit different from what you might be familiar with in your country or your home country, because in the United States, universities are a big deal. And universities and mascots and team and university spirit, and kind of building a community around a university is a really big deal here. And so at University of Houston, and we are a major university, not just in Houston, but really across the country. Well, we have our mascot, which is a cougar, but then you also have your university color, and that's how you are identified. So along with the mascot, you're also identified by your color. So University of Houston color is cougar red, is the way we refer to it. And so our President Couture, has started a tradition. Actually, it's a long-standing tradition now, that on Fridays, you're always free to wear your cougar red, of course, but on Fridays in particular, that date is kind of set aside for really showing your school spirit by wearing cougar red. Okay, so I hope you guys will engage in that tradition, because it really is kind of fun and shows that you are a part of something really special here at the University of Houston. And as you can see, I'm representing my red today. So please, I hope you guys will engage in that. And I will point out that you do not want to happen to run into the president without having on your cougar red. So, okay. Let's see. So now, with regards to the orientation, just to give you an idea of what to expect. So day one of the orientation is this virtual orientation. So this is the day that you're going to get a lot of the kind of the information that's going to be helpful to you as you start your journey. So it's going to be, a lot of presentations by people, short presentations, but a lot of presentations. You'll get to meet some of the people that you're going to interact with throughout your time here at the University of Houston Law Center. So it's going to be kind of content heavy, is what I will call it. Okay, because there's quite a bit of content. But like I said, a lot of it you should already be familiar with. But I also understand that when you are, excuse me, applying to a program and you're figuring out, the move or what you need to do with regards to job and family and all of that, sometimes a lot of that information kind of gets, if you don't need it in the moment, sometimes it gets kind of set aside just a little bit. So that's why we're really, we're pulling you aside today during this orientation so that you really can focus on those things. Okay, because now they become very important because we want to make sure that you have a really good start so that you can, so things are smooth sailing for you over your time here at UH. So day two, then we get a little bit more relaxed, I would say. And first of all, it's in person. So we are looking forward to seeing all of you on campus tomorrow, okay? And that is at the John M. O'Quinn, well, I should say, I can still say, I think, the new John M. O'Quinn Law Building. We have officially been in the building. We're just approaching 1 year. We're pretty much at the 1 year point. We moved in July, August, and then the first class of students entered the building last fall. So it's still a brand new building, and it feels very much like a brand new building. But at least now we have, I think we could say that everything's functioning now. We had to wait a little bit on some of the technology in some of the rooms, but I think now all of them are all set. So you guys are the first ones to be in the brand new building where everything is in. How's that? So, okay.
Great.
And so, yes. And so the orientation, in-person orientation tomorrow will take place in the courtroom, which is also kind of exciting, I think. So, so wonderful. So that's the 2-day orientation for you. Day one today, the virtual, where you're going to get a lot of content information. And then tomorrow, day two, in person in the John M. O'Quinn Law Building in the courtroom. And so, and just ahead of that, just to kind of prompt you, there's a couple of things I wanted to mention with regards to tomorrow. One is you will have your picture taken. So you'll have an individual picture taken. So come dressed and prepared. And of course, it's Friday, so you're free to wear your cougar red if you'd like. And then also we're going to do a group picture, and you're also going to get a tour of the building. Okay, so just those are little teasers for you with regards to tomorrow. So it should be a nice, fun day, kind of relaxed. You'll still get a little bit more information about your time here, but it won't be as content heavy as today. Okay. Okay, so speaking of content heavy, so this is the agenda for today. Okay, I'm not going to go through each one, but just to let you know, we have quite a bit to cover. But as I mentioned, the presentations are going to be really short, giving you the information that you need, right? And making sure that, we kind of cover things for you so that you are off to a good start. All right. And then this is for day two, as you can see, a lot less dense. And hopefully it will be fun. We also have, in addition to the pictures and the tours, I will be doing a little presentation on setting expectations for you. Again, our goal is to make sure you guys are off to a wonderful start and smooth sailing. And then we will also have an alumni panel. And I mentioned that because in the past, we've had really good feedback from our students in the program. And it's always helpful for them, or things that they've, feedback-wise, what they've said is that it's always helpful if they kind of know what to expect or are able to get kind of insights from people that have gone through the program. Well, we have a very wonderful, impressive panel for you. And it's going to, again, be in a relaxed setting, just asking them questions that students in the past have kind of raised and would have liked to have known going into the program. So we'll have that for you. In addition to that, you'll have an opportunity in breakout sessions. So you'll be in a breakout session with one of the panelists, and you'll be able to ask whatever question you want to ask them, okay? And so, and I tell you ahead of time so that you can be prepared for that as well, okay? So prepare your questions. And then we have lunch, and you'll also be able to continue talking with the panelists and also the Global and Graduate Programs team. So, so that's tomorrow. Okay, so now with all of that, what I'd like to do now, I've introduced myself, and so what I'd like to do is have the rest of the team do a quick introduction of themselves, because then, and I don't know how this is going to work, but let's see, let me do a time check real quick. Yeah, let's do a quick introduction of the team. So each of you guys, if you wouldn't mind kind of going around and just introducing yourselves, that would be great. We're going to start with Maria. I can't hear you. Are you muted? No.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Oh,
here I am.
let me see you.
Yes, so hello, thank you, Karen. Hello, everyone. My name and welcome to our program. My name is Maria Sanchez Carvajo. I'm also new, new to the program, just arrived. And I come from Spain. I've been living in Houston 10 years now. And I've been working at the University of Houston 4 years. As a teacher, of a Spanish teacher, and also doing my PhD on Hispanic literature. But I'm also a lawyer, a Spanish lawyer, and I've been practicing law all my life. So now in this position, I'm going to combine all my three passions, my legal education and background, also the education, because I love education, and I've been around U of H many years now, and of course my international profile. So I'll be here helping you guys out. I'll understand much of your concerns coming to a new country, getting set up, and etc. So I'll be here to help you, all of you, and welcome again. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maria. Yes, I should have prefaced Maria's introduction by saying that, yes, she is the newest person on our team. She has, this is your second week here, Maria? Yeah, I think she started.
Yeah, my second week.
Yes, yes. So wonderful. Thanks, Maria. So next I'll ask Suzanne to introduce herself, even though Suzanne needs no introduction because I'm sure you all know her already, but Suzanne.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for making this early event. As Karen indicated, I know most of you. I've Zoomed with quite a few of you. I haven't had the opportunity to Zoom with all of you. I'm sure that time will come at some point in the near future. So I've been with the university for an extended period of time, over 30 years, and here in admissions for over 11. So I come with a lot of background information on how to make things work, and that's what I try to portray to you. The simplest way to achieve your objectives, and so you're not spinning your wheels going to the wrong departments and whatnot. I can't solve everything, but I can most certainly put you on the right path to address your needs and concerns while you are going through this program.
Wonderful. Thank you, Suzanne. And the other person on the team, Cheryl, who again probably needs little introduction. I'm sure many of you have spoken or communicated with her as well. So Cheryl.
Morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I look forward to seeing you all in person.
Wonderful. Thank you, Cheryl. Cheryl has a few words, but she does a lot in the background, making sure that so many things happen. So you will, I'm sure, be interacting with the entire Global and Graduate Programs team. I know Maria's international background is apparent. And I would also add that just so that you're aware, I have a very extensive international background as well, and have lived in other countries, and still teach in other countries. And then, of course, with Suzanne's background in, a very long background in having worked at University of Houston and really knows all the ins and outs, and Cheryl's background in her international background as well, in having lived and worked in other countries. So with the team, I think we're well suited to provide you guys with the support that you need in order to have a very successful time here at the University of Houston Law Center. So what I'd like to do next is have each of you introduce yourselves. So we're going to do what I call speed introductions. Okay. So each of you have about 30, well, no, it wouldn't be more like 15 seconds each to introduce yourselves. And what I'd like you to do is say your name, the country you're from, your LLM program, so which LLM program you're part of, even though I know a lot of you are US law, but still, and then one hobby that you have. So just name one hobby that you have, okay? So we're going to do these speed introductions, and let's see how this goes. So I'm going to let you guys, let's see who's going to jump in there first.
So I'll jump.
Wonderful.
Hi. Good morning, all. My name is Cindy Peters. I am originally from El Salvador, and I am doing the US law. And my hobby is CrossFit.
Very nice. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, let me be the second then. Hello everybody. My name is Hannah Koval. I'm from Ukraine, and I'm doing also US law. And as for my hobby, it will be cycling.
Ah, wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
I can do
Hi,
it
everyone.
now. Hi.
You-
Hello. My name is Maria Barros. I am from Spain, and I am joining Anna. I also love cycling. I'm doing US law too.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Espinal. I'm also from El Salvador. I'm sorry for my dog. I'm doing the LLM of US law too, and I love to do yoga. That's my hobby.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, I'm liking this crowd.
Hello, everyone. Oh, go.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michelle Monasterios, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm doing the US law, and I love painting.
Oh, nice. Wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. My name is Eduardo Alvarez. I'm from Mexico, Mexico City. I'm doing the program, the LLM in US law, and I really like writing stuff.
Oh, wonderful. Great.
Hi.
Welcome.
My name is Elsa. I'm also from Mexico, from Guadalajara. I am doing the US law, and I love cooking.
Ah, wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariela Perez. I'm from Venezuela. I'm doing the LLM in US law, and my hobby is to cook a special food for my family.
Very nice. Welcome.
Hello. Oh,
No.
I'm Joe Welsh. I'm from the US. I'm from California. I'm in the environmental energy program, and I play hockey.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Hi,
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm from Venezuela too. I choose the US law program. My hobby is to Zumba.
Ah, welcome.
Hello. Am I on? Good. My name is Olami Peju Olayomi. I'm originally from Nigeria, though Texas resident. And I'm into tax law. My hobby is sewing. I like to sew.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Very nice. Welcome.
Thank
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brisa Ortiz. I'm original from Mexico, but been living in the US for a while now. And I'm going to the LL.M in US law, and my hobby is gardening.
Very nice. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Marta Cruz Guzman. I'm from Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. My LLM is in US law, and my hobby will be scuba diving.
Ah, very nice. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello. I am also from Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. So it's awesome to hear that I have someone from there too. Very surprising. My name is Valeria. Nice to meet everyone. And I'm, of course, doing US law as well. And I love reading.
Wonderful. Great. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Sofia Guzman. I'm from Mexico, from Guadalajara. I'm doing the program in US law, and my hobbies are just reading and cooking.
Very nice. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aramide Akinyele. I'm from Nigeria, and I'll be taking the international law. And my hobby is cooking. I love to cook so much.
Very nice. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
You go. Hello, my name is Serge. I'm originally from Côte d'Ivoire, but I live 6 years in France. I'm doing the LLM in energy, and my hobby is soccer.
Very nice. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is
Oh.
Are you doing so?
Yeah, we hear you, but I don't hear you very clearly. Maybe a little closer to the microphone. Oh, now you're muted.
Hello, can you hear me better?
That is better.
There we go.
Okay. Well, hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Rodriguez, and I'm from Mexico City. I'm in LL.M in US law. I would like to be like an immigration lawyer from Latin America. And also my favorite hobby is take pictures with my camera.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Marco Cardoso. My hobby is to read. I'm from Portugal and I'm on energy law program.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Serena. I'm originally from Pakistan. I'm doing LLM in energy law, and my hobbies are reading.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rafal. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm doing the LLM and energy and environment law. My hobby is doing yoga.
Very nice. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Naila from Lebanon. I will be pursuing the LLM in US law, and my hobby is traveling and exploring new places.
Oh, nice. I like that. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Rob Raut. I am from India, but I've been in Houston for the last 6 years. So I'm doing the LLM in US law, and my hobby is to learn new things and develop myself. So
wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Carla Rui from Mexico City.
and I will be doing the US Law LLM, and I love artistic swimming.
Very nice. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Monica. I'm from India, and I have been in Houston from like 4 months. I am doing my LLM program in intellectual property rights, and my hobby is cooking and painting.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the reception is a little difficult. But I think I made out most of it. And it might be your connection though, because I think the volume was okay. Did everyone catch that? Okay, maybe if you wouldn't mind repeating and maybe moving a little bit closer to the microphone, maybe that might help.
You can hear me now?
Yes, it's still a little crackly though, but we'll try to make it out.
You can hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah.
Oops. So can you repeat it? Repeat what you said? And I think that was Carla. Oh, you're muted.
No, it was
That
me.
Carla?
I
Oh
think
no, maybe that wasn't
it was
Carla.
Monica.
The the person that was just speaking from India?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah. So my name is Monica. I am from India, and I have been in Houston from 4 months. And my LLM program is in intellectual property rights, and my hobbies are painting and cooking.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Martinez, and I am from Venezuela. I'm going to take the international law program, and my hobbies are learning new languages.
Very nice.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Juan Delgado from Venezuela, and I'm doing the LLM in US law, and my hobby is reading.
Great. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Pitts. I am from here in the United States, but I'm new to Texas and new to Houston. I'm doing the tax LLM program, and my hobbies are reading and cooking.
Wonderful. Welcome. Do we have anyone left?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ksenia. I'm from Russia, and my program is US law, and my hobby is marathon running.
Wow, wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Felipe Ortiz. I'm originally from here in the US, but I have been raised in Guadalajara, Jalisco, and I'm enrolled in the LLM program in USA Law. My hobby, I think, is right now doing workout.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kamal Nurani. I'm originally from Pakistan, and I'm going to be doing the LLM in US law. A hobby that I have is that I play tennis very regularly.
Very nice. Welcome. Do we have any others?
Yes, I guess ladies first.
Thank you so much. But sure, you can go ahead. Not a problem.
No, you go first.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Vidushi, and I'm from India, and I'll be pursuing the health law program. And my favorite hobby is listening to music.
Very nice. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. My name is Frank Alfonso. I'm Cuban. I'm doing the LLM in US law, and I take photographs. feel free to follow me on Instagram if you want to see my landscape and architecture pictures.
Wonderful. I'm sure they're very nice. Welcome.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, can you hear me?
I think I hear someone.
Yes, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, it's very, I mean, very low.
Okay, so I don't know what to do.
Well, can you get closer? I'm sorry, can you get closer to the microphone? I know we're like looking in your eyes, but.
No, I have issues with the Zoom. I don't know if you can hear me. So I have you on the phone.
Oh, yes, I mean, I hear you, but it's very, very faint.
Okay, then I will
Yeah,
use myself.
Yeah, you can, no, you can go on. You can, I think we can
Okay.
make it out.
Okay, so my name is Adela Visan. I'm from Italy. I'm studying US law and my hobby is soccer.
Soccer, okay, wonderful, welcome.
Meeting you out. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Oh, okay.
My name is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Pamela. I'm South African and I'll be studying the US law and my hobbies are reading.
Wonderful, thank you, welcome. Anyone else? Okay, going once, going twice. All right. So wonderful. No, it's always good to have you guys do that. I know it takes a little while to get around to everyone, but it's always great to have you guys do that because then you start learning a little bit about some of the people that you're going to spend the next year and a half with. And what tends to happen with our LLM class is that they tend to get pretty close because going through this experience together, it really turns into, in many ways, kind of a bonding experience. You know, you're going through something new and different together. As you can also see from the introductions, that you guys are from all over the place, which is wonderful and exciting for us. I am a very strong believer that that international diversity in a program enriches the program. It makes the program better because you all bring your different perspectives and different cultures and different ways of doing things that helps to broaden the educational experience for everyone. So, so I'm excited to see what this new year and this program looks like, and just having you all here will be wonderful. So we're all looking forward to that. I was also very intrigued by the different hobbies, from yoga to many areas of sport, hockey, running, you know, tennis, and also things like gardening and cooking and reading and photography, and you know, so you guys have such a broad range of interests. In addition to having the one thing in common, you all coming here to the University of Houston Law Center to pursue your Master of Laws program. So again, we're very excited to have you here. So just a few fun facts for you guys. Within this class of LLMs, there are 45 new LLMs. So you are starting as a class of 45. But there's a total enrollment in our LLM program in the fall of 61. Now, we will have others join in the spring, but for the fall, there will be 61 people enrolled in the LLM program. You represent 18 countries. So that's just incredible. A relatively small group of 45 representing 18 countries. And you, amongst you, you speak at least 7 different languages. There's 17 different languages amongst you. But there's one individual that speaks 7 languages, and I'm assuming it might be the person whose hobby is learning different languages. So, so that's my guess. And then your average age, which tends to be a little bit older than our typical like first law degree individuals in the US, is 35 years old. So most of you have had a nice career in what it is that that you're here to study, which is law, and now you're looking to study a very focused or concentration to typically to move further with your career. Okay, so now what I'd like us to do is to take a quick picture, and actually Cheryl is going to assist us with that. So I'm going to stop sharing very quickly. Oops, sorry. Okay, stop sharing, and then, and I know I'm going a bit over time, Suzanne, but, so and then I'm going to ask everyone to if you have a camera, if you can, then show yourselves. So
why are screens going dark?
right.
The minute she says, I need you to show yourselves, these screens started going blank.
Okay, and Cheryl, let me know when you're ready, because I guess will you do the gallery view? Oh,
sorry, I was on mute. Yes,
Suzanne,
I'm ready.
After this, would you send Professor Kalu the link? She's asked. I just saw something.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
Because I'm because I'll jump back in. Okay, so is everyone, are your cameras on? Everyone's camera, please, if you don't mind. If you are just, if you don't want to be in the picture, that's okay. But if you do, then please turn your camera on so we can see you. And okay, and so Cheryl, let us know when you're ready.
Okay, I am ready.
Okay, everyone look at your camera and smile. Can we stop smiling?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, and actually, if I can get one more.
Okay. Everyone look at the camera and smile.
All right, are you ready? Smile.
Are you ready?
Perfect, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Cheryl.
I'm good.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So I will start sharing again. Let's see. Okay, can you see my slides?
No.
No. Oh,
there you go. It's
okay.
No, you're good.
Okay, great. So, so now just quickly, some general information. So, just so that you're aware, there are some things that we typically do for our LLMs. We'll have a welcome reception and dinner that will take place on August 25th. And that will be in the evening. You will receive an invitation to that. We also have the International Law Students Alliance. We refer to that as ILSA. And I hope that all of you will join. That is the second Tuesday of each month, starting in September. And you'll receive information about that. But that's an alliance group for our international students or internationally minded students. So US students can also join, of course, if there's an interest in internationalism. So, so we hope to see you at that. There's also a law firm reception, which will give you more information about that. We have law firms that are interested in really meeting our LLMs. So we like to make that opportunity available. Then we also have a weekly lunch chat live. That lunch chat live is on Wednesdays at 12 noon. And we encourage all of you to participate. You can decide that you just want to stop by and eat lunch with someone, so maybe just, be with people while you eat lunch, or you might stop by because you have a question, or from time to time, we might do a presentation or have a speaker during that time. So I encourage you all to put that on your calendar, because it's really a good opportunity for you to stay connected with each other. But then also we have team members from global and graduate programs that will be there to answer any questions that you might have as well. And then we also have an end of year reception, and you will receive information on that. So that's at the end of the academic year. Okay. That's just some of the activities to keep on your radar. We will send out information about each one of these so that you can RSVP, and we will ask you to please RSVP as soon as possible. Once you receive the invitation, always RSVP as soon as possible. It's very important, because it's important for us to get a count. And also, if you RSVP, we really ask that you honor that RSVP. So if you say you're coming, please attend, because we have accounted for you. Okay. And if you're not able to attend, then please let us know in advance. Okay. Excuse me. So just a little bit of information on US legal education, because I know you're all coming from different educational backgrounds, different countries, and things are done in different ways. So one of the things that you might have heard about in the US is the Socratic method. And that's also, some people refer to it as kind of the stand and deliver kind of method of teaching, versus, you're just reading a book and then you do an exam and you're done. No, there's a participation aspect in legal education in the United States that is expected. There's also professionalism in the classroom. Professionalism meaning that professors are addressed by professor and then their last name. So it would be Professor Smith or Professor Johnson. Okay. So that's the other thing. And then also the honor code. Again, something that some countries with your educational system you might not be familiar with. Well, an honor code is basically it's not quite a contract, but it is an agreement that we kind of make close to a contract, but it's an agreement that we make that as students here at the University of Houston, that you're agreeing to abide by a certain code, a certain standard. And so that is the honor code. And one of the things that the honor code covers is plagiarism. Plagiarism, and the mentioning of this is because of the impact that it can have on your career here at the University of Houston, but then also your legal career in the United States. So plagiarism is a big deal. And plagiarism is looked at differently in different countries. And so it's really important that you take a look at the honor code and that you really know that the expectation is that you will be held to the honor code. And I'll go into a little bit more of this tomorrow during the setting expectations session. Okay, so class delivery real quick, it will be in person. Now, as far as online, our foreign lawyers who are in the U.S. law program or who expect to sit for the Texas bar exam, you cannot take online courses and receive credit towards your program in order to meet eligibility to sit for the Texas bar exam. Okay, so you can take online classes, but those credits cannot go towards the 24 credits that are required in order for you to meet the eligibility requirement to sit for the Texas bar exam. Okay, so that's why if you identify an online course that you want to take and you're a foreign lawyer, we are going to tell you that you really need to take another class, okay? Because that is not going to help you for eligibility requirements to sit for the Texas bar exam, okay? So just be aware of that. And classes that note foreign LLM only, those are classes that for our foreign lawyers that we are going to steer you towards because we have purposely set up those classes for our foreign lawyers, okay? So whenever you see foreign LLM only, that is a class that you should try to get into, and you should not have any issue getting into those classes. They will cover all of the things that you need to have covered. But we have set those aside separately for our foreign lawyers to make sure you can get your bar required courses, okay? So we're always going to steer you towards those on purpose, and you really should try to take those classes. Distance Ed ABA, so foreign students cannot take a course with this designation if you're planning to sit for the state bar exam. Again, distance education courses, online courses, foreign lawyers, you should not be enrolling in those, okay? And Suzanne's going to go through some of this, but you guys have already received this information, but you should all be all set. And if you're not, then that means you have some to-dos to take care of over the next couple of days. But you should be all set with parking, your Cougar card, health insurance, class schedule, visa requirements, questionnaire, photo release form. So all of those things you should have already taken care of. If they're not taken care of, then that means that you have some things that you need to do, okay? And you'll get there over the next couple of days, but that's your checklist of things that should be taken care of. Then the resources. So you all should have been in contact with your course advisor, making sure that your schedules are set, your classes are set. Student Affairs is another resource for you that's around accommodations. They also handle exams and but I'm drawing a blank, but accommodations, exams, graduation, that's student affairs. The LIT, Legal IT Help Desk, you should all have this information close at hand. How to contact LIT. If you have any technical issues, they are the ones to contact. Global and graduate programs team, we can't help you with that. Okay, so LIT is there, they're available, so you should not have any problems. They're very responsive. Be aware of student organizations that you might want to engage with, Student Health Center. There's also a tutor that will be made available to our foreign lawyers in the Intro to American Law course. And then again, the graduate and global and graduate programs team, graduate legal studies, GLS, LLM office, all of those are the same thing, okay? That is the team, the four of us, myself, Suzanne, Maria, Cheryl. We are also here to support you from the administrative side throughout your LLM journey, okay? Something else to keep in mind, last day to add classes, Monday, August 28th, but I know you guys are all set because everyone on this call should be set with their classes. Last day to drop classes and receive a full refund is Wednesday, September 6th, and there are no exceptions to the deadlines. So on August 29th, if you contact someone in global and graduate programs because you want to add a class, we're just going to tell you, too late. There is absolutely nothing we can do. No matter how many ways you ask it, no matter how many times you beg us, we have absolutely no control over that. That's central office. And if you contact central office, they're going to tell you the exact same thing. So keep deadlines in mind. They are hard set. Okay. Staying connected, you guys, the website, web pages. We have a Facebook group that's going to be developed for you guys to provide you with information. The UH email address, it is critical that you only use your your University of Houston email address only, okay? So if you have a Gmail account, Hotmail, whatever it's called, any other account, stop using it as of today for purposes of communicating with regards to your LLM program. It is very important that you only use your email account, okay? And I mentioned the weekly lunch chat live. All right, so sorry, I know that's a lot of information. I know I've gone over time, but I do anticipate that we'll be able to catch up. So actually, I'm going to hold any questions, but collect your questions, jot them down, and we will address them throughout our time together today. And then you'll also have opportunities tomorrow. So I hope I've stressed the things that I needed to stress. So I'm going to now turn it over to Suzanne, who's always wonderful in helping to make up time. So thanks, Suzanne.
Wow, that's a hard act to follow there.
And let me stop sharing.
Well, actually, if you can just keep the slides going, because
yep,
I don't have to load up.
Yes.
So I'm going to cover the various degree information, not into a lot of detail, as most of you are in the LLM and US law program, utilizing this degree to meet the bar eligibility. We'll cover a little bit of those requirements, the differences in the different programming, concentration requirements for those of you in a concentration and what the difference of that is. The differences in the GPA requirement for the various programs, as well as the bar requirements to meet bar eligibility if you're going to use this in conjunction with your first law degree. Slide. Slide. Karen, can you advance the slide? All right, so here we have our 6 different programs. We list the concentrations first. As you can see on this chart, some of you are very familiar with it. The 2 required courses, if you are a foreign trained attorney, is the Introduction to American Law and the Legal Writing class. That was recently renamed. It used to be called Lawyering Skills and Strategies. So those of you that are in the U.S. law or in a concentration that's a foreign attorney, that's the minimum of those requirements is the 2 required classes. If you're in a concentration, just depending on the concentration, you either have 15 credits or 18 credits of that type of coursework that you are utilizing to meet your LL.M. degree plan. Your faculty advisor would be able to assist you with any questions you have about that coursework, what works with what it is you want to practice, what it is you want to study, things that you're interested in. They can give you information on the individual classes within that concentration, how frequently they're offered, if there's classes that are only offered in the fall, to give you an idea as you plan out your scheduling. So if you have not had a conversation or an email exchange with your faculty advisor in the concentration program, I do suggest you reach out to them soon and have that conversation with them, because they're very influential and can guide you on what it is you may want to do with this law degree and what courses you may wish to enroll in during your time period. There's also, within the health and the tax law, there are specific courses that you must take within your degree plan. Those courses are typically offered in the fall semester. So with the LL.M. degree plan, you can complete it in a 1-year stint with enrollment in fall and spring, or you can carry it out over a 3-year period. That choice is up to each individual. You don't have to petition to go from a full-time status to a part-time status. You just simply do that based on the number of credit hours that you enroll in per semester. You must enroll in at least 3 credit hours each full-time semester. That's the spring and the fall. There is no summer enrollment required. You have the opportunity to engage in summer enrollment if you find a course that you would like to undertake. The summer schedule is a lot different than the fall and spring. There are anywhere between 4 to 6 different sessions. Some of them encompass a 12-week, which is the full summer session, or they're broken up into either 4-week or 6-week sessions throughout the summer months. That schedule will come out with the fall schedule. That's going to be posted in late October, early November. You will be getting notifications about all these things when they get posted, as well as when you can register for the spring, the summer, or the fall moving forward. Next slide. So, as I indicated, the majority of you that are foreign attorneys have already been enrolled within the 2 required classes. Once you get enrolled in those classes, then you have the opportunity to drop and add classes until the 28th. You just need to make me aware if you make any changes to your schedule, so that I can ensure that you're not undertaking a class that you don't have the prerequisite for, or a class that may be a distant education course that you cannot undertake within your degree plan if you're planning to sit for the bar exam. In addition, periodically, the main campus may put a hold on your student account if they need you to take care of things. For those of you that are international students, and when I say international, it's an individual that is not a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident, you will be required to check in with the International Student and Scholars Office with your immigration documents. Sometimes they will put a hold on your account if that's not taken care of in a timely manner. We will have somebody from that office in this orientation later this afternoon So they will talk to you about the check-in process, and they also offer an orientation process for those of you that are interested in attending that. If you want to reach out to other individuals on campus that may be from your area of where you undertook your first law degree. So other connection opportunities to meet up with individuals on campus so that you can engage more here at the University of Houston. Sometimes the Law Center, because of where we are located on the edge of the campus, we may not be as involved in the main campus events. We most certainly will make you aware of them, as well as opportunities to engage in that as well. Next slide. So the University of Houston uses a 4.0 grading scale. Within the Law Center, the JD students do have a bell curve that is in their classes. LLM students do not have a bell curve. So if you are in a class with just LLM students, you will be graded not based on that curve. If you are in a class with JD students, and it's a combination of both LLM students and JD students, then the LLM students will be pulled out of the curve. The grading is anonymous in terms of your final exam, and we make every effort to keep that anonymous. But if you are an LLM that is in that class, and the only LLM by means of you being pulled out of that curve, it may not be as anonymous as, you know, as it could be because of the mere stipulation that you may be the only LLM within that class. Within the LLM program, you are required, if you are in the LLM and US Law, the grade point average is a 2.0. If you are in a concentration, that grade point average is a 2.5. Typically, grades are posted after your final exam within a week to a 3-week period after the semester ends. If you run into an issue with your GPA, we'll reach out to you if you don't reach out to us as well. Next slide. So, as I indicated, many of our foreign trained attorneys that undertake this program will be utilizing it to meet the bar eligibility to sit for the Texas bar exam. And you will be provided a degree plan audit between now and before the drop date, the last day to add class. It will typically come the first week of classes, August the 21st, where we will show you where you stand in meeting your degree plan requirements, and we will incorporate the requirements for the Texas bar exam into that audit as well. So you know where you stand on meeting the degree plan requirements and the bar eligibility requirements. So if you have any questions or concerns before the next opportunity to register for classes, you know where you stand and what it is you need to undertake the next semester as well. I'll also encourage you, we'll keep things, reminders about distance education classes. In addition, if you take summer classes, there's limitations to how many classes you can take over the summer session to meet bar eligibility requirements, and that'll also be noted within your audit. But we do encourage you to check out the Texas rule book number 13, which pertains to foreign attorneys that are wanting to sit for the bar exam, because it varies depending on what type of background your first law degree, whether it's a common law, whether it's a civil law, whether it's theory-based. And some of you may have already actually practiced, so that comes into play as well. So it will be different for eligibility for those of you sitting for the bar exam. We can help you meet the curriculum requirements because that's going to be the same for everybody. It's just how you process and apply with the State Board of Law Examiners once you are beginning that process in order to sit for the bar exam. Next slide. So the LLM's admissions graduate legal studies office, we will provide your course advising and counseling as you go through the program. So keep you abreast of what you need to meet your degree plan requirements, your concentration credits, as well as the bar eligibility. If you're running into issues while you're going through the program, that'll be expanded to include Maria and Karen, depending on the issues that you're bringing to the table that you need assistance with. But we are here to assist you, to acclimate you to the system, because it will be an adjustment period, because what you may be used to, familiar with, in how you undertook your first law degree, this may be a little different. And now that you might have other outside sources that may take some of your time as well, whether that be family, children, your work, and how to manage all that. We're here to offer some suggestions and guidance for you as well. You just need to reach out to us. So each of the concentrations have a faculty advisor. As I indicated, these are individuals that are actually teaching those courses in that subject area, and that's your best stop for information on which courses, if you have questions and want some additional guidance. They are very open to assist you. These are the faculty advisors for the different concentrations in their emails. That information you should already have in your admitted student packet. It's available also on the web. And then the way to reach our office is, whether that is Karen, Cheryl, Maria, or myself, is the LLM@uofh.edu email address. So these are the various things that we can assist you with in the counseling, whether it's issues with another student, like I said, or you're having challenges adapting to the education system here in the US and trying to manage that. We can assist you with that. And so we ask you to reach out to us at LLM@uofh.edu, and then we can assist you with those needs. So Karen, whether or not you wanted to run right in or give a break, or how you want to roll into that.
Yeah. Yes. Well, let's if we're okay, let's go right on into Chris Dykes, the librarian with the law library. Chris.
Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Dykes. I'm the head of public services at the University of Houston Law Library, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the services that we provide and make you aware of some of the resources that we have available for you as well. And so what I wanted to do, and keep in mind, we're getting ready to launch our new website, but I'm showing you screenshots of the website that's about to be obsolete, just to show you what services that we provide. So let me go ahead and use the share screen here to pull this up. So just give me a moment there to do that. Hold on. Let's see.
All right.
Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yep, that works.
Okay, great. Basically, I want to start off by talking about, well, the library in our new building is housed on the 4th and 5th floors, and I'll talk more about that as we go along. I want to start off with the library hours. You have access to the library space 24/7 using your UH card. So you can come in after hours when we're not in operation and use the space for studying. The Wi-Fi will still work, so that's available to you. We're currently in the process of finalizing our circulation hours, but we're the circulation desk where you can check out books, including books that are on reserve. We're pretty much there the entire day you're here. And so check the library's homepage soon for that information. Reference assistance, we provide assistance with research. We can help you access a resource if you're trying to find something on Westlaw or how to use a particular database. Or if there's a statute that you're trying to locate, whatever it is you need, we can help you. We can help you virtually or in person. You can set up an appointment on Zoom to meet with us. And the reference hours you'll see there, once the semester starts, it'll be from 8:30 to 6:30, Monday through Thursday, Friday 9 to 4, and Sundays 1 through 5. And we have a chat feature. You can have a live chat with the reference librarian, and you can also, like I said, meet with us by appointment, and you can come into the library to meet with us in person. We're definitely happy to help. The materials that can be borrowed, including the items that are on reserve, and those are the case books for almost all of your classes. We carry one copy of a textbook for pretty much every class that you have. There are some exceptions, especially if a book has just been published. But we try to get that on reserve as soon as possible. You can check those books out for 4 hours. We have a scanner on the 4th floor that you can use, and so you can scan pages if you need to. But there are also other materials that we have that you can check out for 2 weeks at a time. Keep in mind that there are sources that cannot leave the library, like the Texas statutes and codes, for example, and there are different practice guides that can't leave the library, but almost all of these materials are available on either Westlaw or Lexis or another database, so that's not usually an issue. From the Law Center's website, you can access the library's website by clicking Library from the main page there, and you can link to the online catalog, and from there, you can do a title search or just any field if you know the name of the case book, or if there's another source that you're trying to find. To kind of be patient with it. It's better than it used to be, but it still can be a little bit challenging. Make sure to restrict to the Oak Wind Law Library there, because it will pick up books at the main library as well as the Clear Lake and downtown branches. But you have that option. And if you're looking for a newspaper article or a journal article, use the journal search link up there at the very top, and that'll make it easier for you to find it. But otherwise, you'll pull up the results. There you'll see the case book, Healthcare Law and Ethics. And if you click the link, it'll give you more detailed information. And here it will let you know that we have it on course reserves and under which professor's name that it's under. And that can help you if you're trying to access it in person, or if you're placing a scanning request, which I'll talk about shortly. Paging, you can borrow books from other branches of the UH system. That includes the main library, that's the Anderson Library, as well as the UH Downtown and Clear Lake branches. Now, it'll take a couple of business days for it to arrive, but you can have it set up. You can go to the catalog record of the book and then log into your library account, click Get It. There's an icon there that you can click, and then you can have that actually sent to the law library, where you can come and pick it up and you can return it to the law library when you're done. Now, interlibrary loan for items outside the UH system, you can borrow books. There's a link on the law library's website, and that will give you the policies and will link you to the form for you to fill out. Basically, it takes a couple of weeks to get a hold of a book, and probably a day or two to a week for an article. Do kind of be patient with it, because there are some items that different libraries will absolutely not loan out. So do keep that in mind. Different services that we provide that I want to make sure that you're aware of. As I said, the library space is on the 4th and 5th floors, with the circulation desk on the 4th floor where you would check out books. We have a scanner on each floor, and the scanner is very easy to use. Even I can use it, so it's definitely easy for you to scan items or pages that you need, and you can email it to yourself. We also have a copier on each floor. We have a network of printers in the Law Center building, including in the library on the 4th and 5th floors. And we have approximately 41 study rooms in the law building, and that includes study rooms within the library on the 4th and 5th floors. And I'll have more to say about that shortly. And as I said, we also provide reference services, and we provide document services, not just allowing you to page and do interlibrary loan requests, but you can also place scanning requests as well. And I'll talk more about that shortly. The print collection is housed on the 4th floor. You have a variety of study aids, including the Nutshell series, the Hornbook series that provide a good overview of the law, but you also have the popular examples and explanation books that could potentially be helpful. You have also reference materials like legal encyclopedias, including the American Jurisprudence Legal Encyclopedia, the Texas Jurisprudence Legal Encyclopedia. You have a variety of practice guides covering different areas of the law. And as I said, you have case books for almost all of your classes. We carry at least one copy on reserve behind the circulation desk. And on the 5th floor, basically is where we house our archived materials. These are older materials. They're not current like the materials on the 4th floor, but we still keep them because we think they could potentially be useful to the students or the faculty. Now, if you're looking for a quiet study space, the 5th floor is your best bet. On the 4th floor, it's more of a conversational floor where you can chat with your friends, but the 5th floor is a quiet study space. For document request, as I said, we're getting ready to launch the new website for the library. So it's going to look different than this, but right now there is a link that says ask a question towards the bottom there. You would click that link if you want to chat with a reference librarian. Now you can use it after hours. What happens is that it will go to my inbox and my email account and I'll respond to it as soon as I can. But for a live chat, you can use that during the reference hours and a librarian will chat with you. And several students have found that to be very helpful. Now, there's a link to the library services guide that hasn't been updated yet because we're waiting for the launch of the new website, but you can link to the services that we provide there. And one of the things I want to point out is we provide scanning services. And this started really with the beginning of the pandemic where it was hard to get a hold of case books, but we found out it's still at the beginning of the semester, it can be challenging because there are books that that haven't arrived at the bookstore yet, and it may be at the bookstore, but you haven't been able to get your hands on it. We have, as I said, a copy of the case book for virtually every class with a few exceptions. And so if you click access materials from that page, there's information here about how you can download under request digital document delivery. You would download the Microsoft Teams app. And essentially, once you download that and it validates you as a student, then you would be able to place your scanning request. You would put the title of the book, the pages that you need, your professor, and what would happen is a librarian like me would enter that into the spreadsheet, and then someone would scan that and email it to you. Okay, and so that's how it works. Now, do keep in mind we have to adhere to the fair use guidelines of the U.S. copyright law, so we can't digitize an entire book or 200 pages. It needs to be probably around 50 pages at a time, and use this sparingly because it does. The idea is eventually you need to get a hold of your casebook, but this is a service that students find to be very helpful, especially at the beginning of the semester. There are other things that we can scan as well. So just want to make sure that you're aware that we provide scanning services. And also study rooms. As I said, there are 41 study rooms, approximately 41 study rooms at the Law Center. And you can use this page to reserve a room by clicking study rooms. And the way this works right now, and this may change once the semester starts, study rooms are available from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And each student, depending on space availability, which as you can imagine, closer to exam time, it could be a little bit packed, but each student can reserve a room for a 2-hour block per day, okay, depending on space availability. Now, we have study rooms within the library of different sizes. Some are practically conference rooms, others are smaller, but we have these in the library on the 4th and 5th floors. But there are also study rooms on the 3rd floor, and there are advocacy rooms on the 2nd floor that can be available as well. So total of 41 rooms there, and I want to make sure that you're aware of that. The guidelines are right there under study room policies, so definitely take a look at that. Well, we also have the active study room, and this doesn't require a reservation. And essentially, you can basically use the treadmill desk or the bike desk to hook up your laptop. There's a little process that you have to go through. You've got to sign a waiver each semester, but you have access to this, and it's up and operational. And so I just want to make sure that you're aware that we have this in the library. Reference services, I've already talked a little bit about this. You can sign up to basically meet with the reference librarian through Zoom. If there's, just whatever you need help with that's related to research or accessing the materials that the library has, we're more than happy to help you. And our reference hours, as you'll see on the screen there, we're available throughout the week. And if you get to us after hours, I can work with you as well. Then you've got the Ask a Question icon there. Once the new website is launched, it's going to look different, but we will have chat options as well as the ability to make an appointment online with the reference librarian. And you can stop by, as I said, if you happen to be in the building and you want to stop by the library, we're more than happy to help you in person as well. So just let us know how we can help. We want you to see us as a resource that you can use throughout the time you're here and afterwards. So I just want to point that out. You should be receiving an email in the coming weeks regarding access to Westlaw and Lexis. Basically, Westlaw, you will be given a password. Lexis, there's steps that you've got to follow to create your own password, but you'll be getting an email about that in the coming weeks. For Bloomberg Law, once you have your email account, you can log on to bloomberglaw.com, click register an academic account, and then fill out the information using your email address. And you should get your credentials emailed to you within 24 hours. If there's a problem, please let me know. Other databases, it's not just Westlaw and Lexis, but you have other databases that we subscribe to. And Hein Online is the big one. It has a lot of resources on there, including primary sources of law, and very useful for legislative research and researching regulations. You have probably, I would say, the articles for over 90% of the Law Journal articles out there from all the way back to the first issue. ProQuest Congressional is phenomenal for finding legislative documents related to congressional acts. And then you have other specialized databases like taxnotes.com, for example. So definitely take advantage of that. Those databases are listed on the Law Library's website. So I just want to point out, you don't just have Westlaw and Lexis, but there are other resources that you have available. And by the way, you have access to the databases that are available at the Anderson Library, okay? And so you can access those, and you're just prompted for your user ID, your email user ID and password to access those databases. So that's what I had to talk about. If you have any questions, I've got my contact information there. Please feel free to reach out to me. I look forward to meeting you this semester and seeing you in the library. And so I wish you a very good first semester. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Chris. Thank you so much. I learned a lot from that presentation, and certainly now that the library, we're in the new building, this is really helpful to letting students know exactly where they can find these very valuable resources. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so then I am going to start sharing again, if I can. Oh. Okay, so let's then move forward in our, can you see my slides?
No.
No? Oh. Okay, yeah, I know. All right. Okay, good. So we're going to go on then to the next presentation, which is actually from Professor Catherine Brem. She teaches U.S. legal skills course. And she actually, and that's the 1 week course for our foreign trained lawyers. But she actually could not make the orientation today because she's speaking at a conference in London. But she did provide a video, so I am going to play that video for you. So let me stop sharing again and see if I can. All right, we'll give this one a try. Share screen. Oh, and of course I don't see it. All right, let me do this. One moment. It's churning. No.
Well, while we're sitting with some dead time, I'll give you a little background history with librarian Chris Dykes. He does have an LLM as well in tax. So those of you in the tax program, he can is a valuable resource for those of you undertaking that tax LLM. Be sure to drop by and talk to him in the library.
Can you please come again? I missed that.
Librarian Christopher Dykes, he has a LLM in tax law. So those of undertaking the LLM, the tax program, might want to touch base with him in the library because he can offer his insight and knows the experience of doing an LLM in tax law.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready. You see,
yep.
Okay, here we go.
Hello and welcome to the University of Houston Law Center. My name is Kate Brem and I am the faculty advisor to those of you who are seeking an LLM in U.S. law, and I'm also teaching the U.S. Legal Skills course this year. It's an optional course, 1 hour, pass-fail, starting next week, and it is really designed to introduce you to life in a U.S. law school. So I'm going to consult my notes so I don't forget something, but really what we're doing is working in this 1 week class period to help you become the most successful law student you can be in the next couple of semesters that you spend here at the University of Houston. We'll cover foundational legal principles. Most of these you probably already know, but it never hurts to review things like separation of power and federalism that are unique to the U.S. legal system. We'll start there. We'll talk about how to read case law effectively and efficiently so you can do it quickly or as quickly as possible. We'll also talk about things like the Socratic method, which is the method by which we typically teach law school here in the United States. It's a method that we use that involves a lot of questions and answers and forces you, instead of passively taking in the information, to actually learn the information sort of on your own, and then in class you use it and apply it to new legal situations. So we'll talk with you about how to be successful in this Socratic method system. And last but not least, really what we're going to do in this particular course is to talk about issues of professionalism, specifically professionalism as a student, U.S. legal norms in terms of plagiarism and things like that may be slightly different than they are in your home countries. So we're going to work on those things and then really talk about legal analysis kind of in the final stages of the class and how we go about analyzing legal issues and presenting that analysis to our clients here in the U.S. I hope that you can join me for this course. If not, I hope that I get to know you quite well during my role as your academic advisor. And in any event, if there's any way that I can ever assist you, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm positive that Karen and company will make sure you have my email address. I look forward to seeing all of you who can join me for the U.S. Legal Skills course next week. I'll see you bright and early on Monday morning at 8 a.m. and I think they're going to give us breakfast and coffee, so we should be awake. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your orientation.
Great. Wonderful. So that is Professor Brem. And as Professor Brem mentioned, so she is very familiar with working with our international students, our foreign trained lawyers. She has done student advising. And she's also taught the intro courses. So she's very familiar with teaching our foreign trained lawyers, and she really has a passion for doing that. So if you have not signed up for the U.S. legal skills course, I think there's still an opportunity, Suzanne, to do so. So please do so. That is a course specifically designed for our foreign trained lawyers, and you really will be very happy that you took it. We ran it for the first time last year. This is the second year running, and last year the students were overwhelmingly just very happy that this course was offered and that they were able to take it. And it just provides a wonderful preparation as you move into the intro courses and you move into the regular courses as well. Also, let me just note, this is the only class that our foreign trained lawyers are able to take as pass-fail. So sometimes we get questions from our foreign trained students as to whether or not they can take another class pass-fail. Well, again, we'll tell you right up front, no, you cannot. This is the only class that you can take as pass-fail. This is a one-week class, and you will be very happy you took it. So if you're still interested in taking it, if it is not in your schedule right now, send an email to llm@uh.edu so that you can be enrolled in that class. Okay. All right. So then let's move forward with our agenda. And we're slowly getting back on track. So now I would like to have Professor Kalu. I think you're on. She will talk about Introduction to American Law. Professor Kalu?
Yes.
Ah, there you are. Hello.
Hi, Professor Jones. Thank you.
Welcome. Do you have slides to present?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then I will stop sharing and turn it over to you.
Okay. Okay. So hi, everyone. I just want to welcome you all to Introduction to American Law. And my name is Professor Kalu. This is my third year of teaching this class, and it's really been an exciting class for me. And one of the reasons I really enjoy this class is 10 years ago, I came to the United States, and I was a foreign trained attorney like every one of you. I came to the United States. I was doing my LL.M class as a foreign trained lawyer. And I know the challenges every one of you right now is facing. I can understand what is going on in your mind. What is it going to be like coming to study in the United States? I had those feelings too. And I want to assure you by reason of my experience that everything is going to be fine. And I'm so sure you are in the right place. This is my third year at the University of Houston Law Center. And I know every professor right there is just out to help you. And we want you to feel at home and to understand that as long as you work hard, you would surely excel. So Introduction to American Law class, it's a class like, so this is just me. I've spoken about myself already. Vivian Kalu is my name. You can call me Professor Kalu. And I am originally from Nigeria, where I was trained as a foreign lawyer before I moved to the United States. And then I got my LL.M here in United States. And then I also got my PhD this year. So I wanted to share with us one of the things that really helped me in excelling, which I always share like every year to my students. And I know this works because it worked for me. So one of the rules that you need to understand in coming to the United States as a foreign trained attorney is that you need to believe in yourself. And initially, when you come to the law classes, you're going to find out that you have so many concepts that are so strange, probably different things, called, things that are called different things from the way it is addressed in your country, maybe some legal concepts that are different, and then sometimes it could be like overwhelming. Sometimes it could feel like, how do I get around these? But I just want you to believe in yourself. Just believe that you can do it, and just believe, and always remember that if Professor Kalu did it coming to the United States, you can do it too. So just believe in yourself that you can do it and you can succeed. And then you need to work hard. It's one thing to believe in yourself. It's another thing for you to work hard. And in the Introduction to American Law class, we are going to have a lot of cases to review. And every class, we're going to be having reading assignments. So you have to be prepared because there will be class discussions. I could call you like impromptu, and then you should be able to say something in the class and share your ideas. So, and you need to work hard and participate in the class because that's a requirement for the class. And then you need to ask questions. If you are confused about anything, there is no how any professor would know if you don't ask questions. So I really encourage you, ask questions when you are confused. And then by way of the course overview for Introduction to American Law class, Introduction to American Law class is going to be a class that will cover like several concepts about the American legal system. So these are some of we have so many areas of law in the United States, but I'm going to focus basically on the general US government structure. We're going to look at the judicial system and the federal, and we're going to look at the state court systems too. And then we're going to look at civil procedure a little bit. We'll have a review of constitutional law, torts, contracts, and then we look at civil criminal law and procedure. So generally, the class is just like an abridged kind of version of everything that you can learn in some of these main areas of law. Like civil procedure is vast, but in the class it's going to be abridged. I would focus on the basic concepts to make sure that you understand what civil procedure is all about. But then you're going to be having a class that is specifically civil procedure, which if you register for the class, you will be able to understand more about the class. Or if you take the individual classes like constitutional law and torts, these classes like have in-depth analysis of these concepts. But the Introduction to American Law is just to give you an overview, and it's really going to be helpful for you. In this class, we've had people, we've had students learn so much, even go far beyond like what the syllabus, what we have in the syllabus. And I just want to encourage you, just read and prepare for the class and you will be fine. So the Introduction to American Law class, I have one main textbook, one required textbook, and that is the Study of Law, a Critical Thinking Approach. It's a 5th edition. So if you don't have the textbook right now, I would actually advise that you go ahead and start, place an order for the book so that you can get it before we start the class on the 14th of August, in just about 1 week's time right now. So, and I encourage you, if you go online to buy the book, you would see some old editions. Don't buy the old edition. The laws in the United States change like in a twinkle of an eye, and the laws changes. So please make sure you have the 5th edition. If you have the old edition, you may not be able to follow what we do in the class. So I have mentioned it earlier, come to the class prepared. I'll be having reading assignments in the syllabus, which will be posted, and everyone should be able to know the pages that you are required to read before the class. And you need to come prepared, read the cases, like make a summary. And it's always good from the first day of the class if you start making your notes, and you would not be overwhelmed by the time we learn so many other things. Like if you start from the one, make your notes. This is what I learned today. And these are some of the questions I want to ask or things I would want to know more about. That would really help you as the semester progresses and we go into our mid, session exams and the final exams. Is really going to be helpful to you. And then I've talked about you are expected to discuss in the class. It's an interactive class where we all learn from each other, coming from different backgrounds and different jurisdictions. It's really a class like last year we had students from about 15 countries, if I can remember. And it was so exciting. We learned so much from each other. They learned from me, from the country I originally came from. And I learned from so many people, like from India, I learned from China, I learned from, Mexico, I learned so much. So it's really an interactive class that we would all learn from each other. So next, on the 14th of August, we would start our class. And it's going to be like a marathon. It's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. So I expect to see every one of us coming to class and prepared. And after that, subsequently, we will be having Mondays and Wednesdays, 9 a.m. to 10:30 every day. So additional information regarding the class, I'll put it up. Not on Blackboard anymore, but it's going to be on Canvas. And we'll be having a tutor for the class, and the tutor will be so helpful to every one of you. And I know, like last year and previous years, that most of the LLM foreign trained attorneys are also preparing to take the bar exams. So the Introduction to American Law class, I am very aware of that. And we and professors at the U of H Law Center, we know that. So we try to tailor the class in such a way that while we are teaching you about the US law, like my class, which is an overview, but we still try to emphasize on areas that I know that will be relevant for you in preparing for the bar exam. So the tutor will be helpful in terms of, if you have the questions on some concepts, and the tutor will be having tutoring sections where if you have questions regarding the bar exam or some legal concept, he would be able to help you out. So the tutoring section, I'll communicate to us when the class begins on how we are going to go around that. So this is my contact information. If you need anything before the class starts, you have any question, you can always reach out to me on my cell phone. It's right here on the screen. You may want to write it down. And then my email address too, if you have any question regarding the class, probably about the textbook or whatever information you need before the class, do get in touch and I'll be so glad to help you out. So once again, I welcome every one of you to U of H and to Introduction to American Law class. And I look forward to seeing you on the 14th. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Professor Kalu. Hopefully I pronounced your name a little bit closer that time.
You're fine. You did great.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And I know with our foreign trained attorneys, foreign trained lawyers, you might start looking at some of these classes thinking, oh, well, it seems like you're repeating a lot of information, especially for any of our foreign trained lawyers that did the legal English certificate program, and then we also have the US legal skills course, and then we have the introduction courses, Introduction to American Law, as well as legal writing. And so our foreign trained lawyers, you might start thinking, oh, well, that seems like we're repeating a lot. Well, no. The thing is that each of these classes have been designed to help build knowledge in the relevant areas of law. And so if you take all of the courses that as we've kind of lined up for you, then you will be well prepared as you go into the regular courses and you will be well prepared for the study, for preparation for the bar exam. So the classes have been specifically designed to help you, to lead you through that path. So you don't feel like there's a lot of repeat, because actually it's on purpose. Any repetition is on purpose, because the more you hear these concepts, learn these concepts, and really get the concepts ingrained in you, then the better prepared you will be to start studying for the bar exam and hopefully have success on the bar exam. So just wanted to point that out. And of course, for I think it's just 2 students that we have online who are US trained. I know that a lot of this information, well, none of this information applies to you, but I think hopefully it's interesting for you, because again, these are your classmates in the master's program. And so now you get to some insights into some of the training that they will have as they sit side by side in classes with you. So they are getting like a huge dose of a study in US law. And then, as Professor Kalu mentioned, as well as me mentioning earlier, that they have practiced, these foreign lawyers have practiced in their home countries, and they bring such a wealth of information and perspective and enrichment to the overall learning experience that you're going to engage in this LLM program. So again, thank you, Professor Kalu, and we are going to, or Kalu, and we will move forward then in the with the other presentations. And I warned you guys that it was going to be quite content dense, and I apologize for being a bit behind on the schedule, but I'm still confident that we will catch up. So, so then next we have Professor Laurel Simmons. So Professor Simmons teaches the legal writing class, and she is also going to talk with you a bit about bar prep. So Professor Simmons.
Yes, great. Thank you, Professor Jones. And you can actually take away this slide. I'm not going to do any slides today. I love to see all of your beautiful faces. Hello. So if you're off video, no pressure, but feel free to put yourself, yes, here are some faces. I love seeing that. Thank you. This is honestly one of my favorite days of the year, because it is so fun to get to see, coming through the screen, the energy of who I'm about to teach. This is going to be my 4th year at U of H teaching this course. And the first 2 years that I taught it, it was on Zoom, which was a great experience in many ways. Of course, we're in a different world then, but it's going to be really exciting to get in the classroom with so many of you. So give me a little hand wave or a thumbs up on your screen. Who has me as your professor? I know, hello, good. Okay, I love seeing all those hands. So I know I have about half of you. And the other half of you are going to Professor Davis, Megan Davis, who is wonderful. She's known very well by this program, and she has taught the American law class before with Professor Kalu, and she and I work together a lot in bar prep. Now, I am going to talk a bit about that, but I am going to also get us back on track too. Professor Jones gave me half an hour, and I'm not going to take all of that because we have so much more time to talk about all of these things over time. But I just want to give you a little bit of background, and I am out of town, so I'm sorry I won't be at the lunch tomorrow. But again, I really look forward to meeting you all very soon. I will be back in the office next week. And so feel free to stop by my office. I'll put my phone number, email in the chat after I finish speaking. And so please feel free to reach out to me. But let me talk about the legal writing course first. I love what Professor Jones just said about how all of these courses work together. I am in touch with Professor Brim all the time. in touch with Ian Collins, who is wonderful. He and I actually gave a presentation at a conference earlier this summer about how we work together. So just as Professor Jones said, we're always trying to reinforce each other. And what we're going to be doing in the legal writing course really is a deep dive into your writing. And if you haven't heard the term IRAC yet, never fear, you probably have, but if not, you'll be getting much deeper into it. And we are just going to be focusing over the course of the semester on a few smaller writing assignments to start. But then, because I know almost all of you are here because you're thinking about the bar, thumbs up if you're trying to take the bar, trying to pass the bar. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing is doing a lot, like probably 10 or so MPTs, which stands for the multi-state performance test, part of the UBE. It's now 20% of the UBE. So you have 3 hours to write 2 different problem sets where you're given a set of facts, you're also given a set of fake law, and then you have to write a memo, write an argument, whatever the task is. So what we're going to do in our class is just practice some prior examples and really get deep into the nitty-gritty of this, which is going to do 2 important things. It's going to, first of all, make your writing so much better, your US legal writing, and you're going to grow as a writer in ways you can't even imagine. And I'm so excited about that process. It's so fun and rewarding for me to see that. And then secondarily, you're going to become so much more prepared for the bar. Because when you start preparing for the bar, you have so much to memorize. But for the MPT part, you don't have to memorize anything. You just need to go in with a plan and write solid answers. And you're going to know exactly how to do that. And so that's our goal, for you to feel really comfortable with that 20% of the bar that you're heading into. Okay, so that's kind of the high level vision. We will not have a textbook. So that's another, yay, no textbook for you to purchase, okay? We're going to give you everything that you need. And then we're just going to get into it with our writing. And we're going to do, work together in small groups. We have a very interactive, you can probably already tell, I like to interact with my students. So we're going to really be getting to know each other. We're going to have 3 one-on-one meetings over the course of the semester. Again, to get to know each other so I can understand where are your strengths, where are your weaknesses, what are your goals, how are you trying to grow as a writer, okay? So that's where we're going to be headed. We'll do some in-class writing, some out of class, but just to get you comfortable with this in a lot of different ways. And then as a bonus, it is also going to make you so much better prepared for your final exams. Okay, because there's so much about the MPT that's very similar to the way that professors will test. So we'll be teaching some exam strategies and things like that as well. So lots to look forward to there. And like I said, I've been here this is my 4th year now. I absolutely love teaching the foreign lawyers. Prior to this, I was in California. I was at UC Berkeley and taught LLMs there for about 6 years. And so I've taught hundreds and hundreds of foreign lawyers in my career from all over the world. And those of you who I have as students, I'll tell more about my background, but I just enjoy it so much and really have a passion for working with international lawyers. So I'm thrilled to get the chance to start off with a new batch. I also, this is such a beautiful program. You're going to be hearing from alums tomorrow, which I'm so excited about, but I always have alums come into my class as well. I very much stay in touch with my students. In fact, I'm heartbroken that one of my first and favorite just moved back to Switzerland, as Professor Jones and Gordon are, I know as well, but you're gonna see them and they're gonna tell you what's important about our class, why it's important, how to succeed, and you're gonna become part of this bigger community. And that's something that's really exciting as well. In fact, I'll end with this comment. A lot of people from that first class that I taught formed an organization, a 501c3 called the Texas International Lawyers Society, along with LL.Ms from University of Texas at Austin. And so they have been having events. If you are on LinkedIn, find them on LinkedIn. I'll put it in the chat as well. The Texas International Lawyers Society, very easy to join. And then you immediately have this excellent network of others. So there are so many people here wanting you to succeed, cheering from you, here to support and help you. Having that first week with Professor Kalu is going to be fantastic. If you do have the opportunity and are able to work with Professor Brim, she will help so much in supporting and getting you ready for legal writing. But I will say legal writing is the most important class of all, right? don't get mad, Professor Kalu, but I'll always say it. It's the most important. It's the best because it's going to help you in everything else. Okay, so that's what I want to say about legal writing. I want you to get excited about it because it's really an opportunity for you to grow. But I always tell my students, our writing continues to improve over the course of our lives. When I'm doing legal work, I get my own work edited. It's not like I'm a perfect, this is not math where there's one right answer. It's a lifelong process. I'm getting edited, right? Professor Jones is, we all are. So it's an exciting thing when we're all just colleagues working together. And then our relationship gets to continue. And that's the really exciting and beautiful part. And just last week, I was with Professor Gordon at the bar exam. I and Professor Davis, Professor Gordon, Dean Mensa, who you'll meet later, we are always at the bar, February, July, in Houston and Austin, wherever it's being administered, we're there to give you lunch, to cheer for you. And along the way, we provide a lot of support. So, I know you're thinking about the fall, but of course the bar is looming. So I don't want to get too into the details, but I do just want to let you know that there is a big web of support awaiting you on that side as well. So Professor Davis and I have a program. Now, for the logistics, you'll go to these wonderful people who are here on the call, like Professor Jones, and anything about getting your transcript, those logistics, are handled either by you or that office. But in terms of the substance, Professor Davis and I, whether it's for February, we start around October, or for the summer, we start around March. We have a series of workshops that start. We have 4 during the semester where we give an overview of the bar. And then over the course of either kind of the first 2 months of the year or the couple months before the bar in the summer, we give about 12 to 15 Zoom workshops where students do timed writings. And then we go over the answers together so you can practice your writing or your multiple choice questions in a timed way and then get immediate reinforcement. We also offer you the opportunity, of course, you'll most likely be working with Barbary or another provider and you'll get some feedback there, but you can submit your essays to us as well for feedback so we can let you know where you are. Are you writing passing essays? And after you take our course as well this fall, you'll already have a sense, a strong sense, you'll be an expert yourself by the end of the semester of what a passing MPT looks like, okay, and what it takes to get there. So you're gonna have a lot of opportunity there. I also, because we do this for the JDs and LLMs, I separately, just because I have such a heart for you all, like to have small groups of just all the LLMs who are taking the bar. Just, I send an email. We sometimes have our own little Zooms just to support each other. My LLMs will often break out into their own study groups and work together. Professor Davis and I also will go to coffee shops, have coffee shop office hours where we can go through answers, do an in-person timed session, this kind of thing as well. So we have a long relationship with you, and we can talk more as you start to think about that. Okay, when do you want to be planning to take the bar? Are you working full time? How much time do you need to devote to this? And we do have students who pass it on their first time. We do have students who need to take it multiple times, but we're there for you no matter how many times you need to take it, no matter what's going on in your life. We're here for you and we're here for you. We get, texts and phone calls any and all hours of the day. And truly, we are your team of support, cheering for you and wanting to get you across that finish line to support you however we can. So I'm excited for you to meet Professor Davis. I think she'll be at the, she wasn't able to come today, but she will be at the lunch tomorrow. And then, like I said, I'll be meeting you all very soon. And even if you're in Professor Davis's class, not my class, feel free to stop by, reach out anytime. I'm very much a resource there. So again, much more to come. You'll be hearing a lot from us on the bar and of course in our courses on legal writing. But I just wanted to drop a few things, and most importantly, just say hello and get you all excited, because truly I'm excited to send my own kids back to school, and I'm very excited to get back to school with you all. So let's have a great semester. And let's see, does anyone have any questions for me right now? Don't be shy, no pressure though. Feel free to put it in the chat too if you want. Professor Jones or Gordon, anything either of you would add to what I said?
I just want to say thank you.
Oh, thank you, Marielle. I can't wait to meet you. And I'm putting my cell and my email here in the chat as well. Anything else?
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Professor Simmons. And really, I hope, given the presentation so far, the information on the library, the feedback and wonderful presentations from the professors for the intro courses, and then just hearing so far from the global and graduate programs team, I hope you all are feeling how excited we are to have you here and how much support there is for you here at the University of Houston Law Center. So again, thank you, Professor Simmons. And I hope that you guys can hang in there for about 10 more minutes because that's one more presentation before you get a short break. So hopefully you can hang in there. As I mentioned at the start of all of this, that today is just a very heavy content day because there's a bunch of information that we just want to make sure that you all have, so that you have a very smooth start to the semester. And so we have a little bit more to go, and one presentation more before your break, and then a few after. But we're almost halfway done. So if you guys are good, we will move forward then with the next presentation. And let me see if I can bring this up real quick. Okay, so the next presentation is from Jen Zing, our director with the International Students and Scholar Services Office, or as we refer to it as ISSSO. Jen, are you on?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
All right.
Stop sharing.
Thank you.
I will let you share.
Thank you so much for, let me see if I can share my screen. I do have a couple of slides. Can you all see my screen? Yes, okay. I won't be able to see. I only see a Professor Karen on the screen. But again, welcome you to University of Houston. We're so excited as your academic department. This is just all wonderful. Best of time to welcome our new student. And I want to also let you know, as the Professor Karen just mentioned, you know, the whole University of Houston is here for you, to support you, for you to have a great experience, great success, and to achieve your goals. And we also have a lot of programs for you to engage on campus activity, leadership, organization, and anything, you name it. So you can also have a fun as well. You know, the whole university is here to make our student really have a great experience. It's not only academic success, but also have a great experience as well. So my office is the International Student Scholar Service Office, and we serve over 6,000 international students and alumni, and also visiting scholars from all over the world. And our campus represents over almost 130 countries on this campus. So take advantage of the great opportunity you can network with globally as partners and the citizens and experience. Just there was a great opportunity. So let me give you some. Here is our office contacts. If you have any questions anytime in this your study at the U of H, or maybe even you will be on the alumni on OPT later on, or then you can always email us and call us. And our office website is always a great resources for you as well. So let me see if I can go to next one. Can you see my next slide? Okay, great. So we are having a new international student orientation scheduled on August 16 and 17. It's 2 days, and I hope you all can take advantage of this. We will go through with all these benefits, legal requirements. As you're lawyers, future lawyers, you probably know this is very important. We give you the information and resources to help you to be very successful and maintain the legal status. And also we will let you know there is a lot of benefits and you can take advantage of it while you're studying at the U of H, like the CPT, OPTs, and some other financial resources. And in addition as well, we also make you connected with a lot of offices on campus. So therefore you can engage more. And we do have a virtual check-in. As soon as you arrive in the US, you should already receive an email from ISSO office regarding how to virtually check in with our office. Basically, once you arrive in the US, we need to gather your immigration documents and to have a follow-up reporting to the US Homeland Security to just verify that you're here, you're maintaining your status, and you're our student. So as soon as you arrive in the US, you can participate. This is a virtual check-in. Follow the email information you should receive already. If you have any questions, you can always send this email. This should be your friendly email to contact our office, which is easy to remember. It's ISSO. It's our office, International Student Scholar Service Office, and help without E, HLP @central.uh.edu. If you have any questions, always email us on that, into that email box. And we also, of course, our office provides numerous services. We do for individual counseling and advising. If you want to bring your spouse, your children, or you want to extend your stay, we assist you. And if you are changing degree level, somehow you will finish LL.M and you go to another degree, and we can also help you to get your immigration documents changed as well. And some students may change status from non-F1 to F1. Our offices also help you. I know we have some students, maybe you join us as H4 or E2 or some L2 and some other visa types, but you want to take advantage of F1 visa status, like OPTs, CPTs, and our office can help you as well to change your visa status and to F1. Of course, our main big help is we have to be in compliance. We help our students to maintain their status, and we also have obligation to report all the students every semester. We are required to report every student, whether they are in a full course load or below hours or maintain status, or any changes, like even your address change, your phone number change, your email address change, and that is we have to report. Our office has to report to the Homeland Security. So we'll tell you how you update those information in order for us to follow the law requirements and to help you to report those changes. And of course, we authorize the CPT. It's a practical training. Student can take advantage of that CPT while you're in the program. And we also have other work authorization. If you're entitled to, we can assist you with that as well. Of course, anytime you're doing your program, you need to go in and out. You want to bring your family or those documents needed, and our office will be assisting you for travel. Anytime international travel involves some immigration documents. And so our office will help you for that. And we can verify your documents as well. And we also offer online letters. Sometimes you want to invite your parents, your brothers, sisters to visit you while you're studying in the US. And we have an online platform, and you can submit the invitation letter, and you will get an invitation letter from our office. And so you can invite your family members to come to visit US. And a lot of times students will invite the family members to come for graduation, which is to celebrate with you for your graduation, your completion of your degree. So again, our office provides those services. I want to also highlight you, we have a wonderful program called Friendship Program. What this does is, I know a lot of you, you know, far away from home, and you're here, you're alone, and you want to make some connections with the American family. And so therefore, you know, you can celebrate holidays together, learn American culture, practice English, and also share your wonderful culture with Americans. So this is a great program. We have this friendship program for over 50 years, and it built up thousands of friendship between the U.S. local families and the U.S. Citizens, among the international students and the visiting scholars. So take advantage of this while you're studying in the U.S. A lot of times this friendship, you know, last for decades. And we had a student actually studied in long years ago, and it turns to be a grandfather. And then now the grandson is coming to the U.S. to study. So their family is still connected together. So just, you know, telling you, those are some wonderful stories out of this friendship program. And our office offers workshops, seminars to help you to apply for benefits. And also sometimes students will have a long-term planning regarding H-1Bs, permanent resident, you know, for the long-term planning. We do have those employment seminars to help you to seek the benefits currently and also plan for the future as well. These are just brief what the services we have. Of course, our website is the main resources. We'll put all the new announcement on our office website, and also help you if you already arrive in the U.S. You probably need to check in with our office. If you have not arrived yet, you're still in the processing of getting visa. Hopefully you're already getting your visa already and arrived in the US, since tomorrow you'll be in a person. So again, our office website should be one of your good friend as well. So you can always start there to look for information. We have individual advising, we have a group advising, we also have a walk-ins, which is every day during working day, Monday through Friday, between 1:30 to 2:30, we have a virtual walk-in. You can call our office number, the main number I just showed you on the screen earlier. Then you push option 5, and if you're calling between 1:30 to 2:30, you will be able to talk to the virtual advisor on call. Each day we have that. If you really want to sit down with the advisor, you can also schedule in-person appointments with the advisor as well. And of course, we offer group sessions and workshops, and hopefully you take advantage of that. That's all my slides. If you have any questions. Thank you, Professor Jones, to let me be part of this wonderful orientation.
Oh, no, thank you so much. Always wonderful to hear the information that you provide to our students and the wonderful resource and support that you and your office provide. So thank you for that wonderful information.
Anyone have any questions?
Okay, great. Well, again, thank you so much, Jen. Much appreciated.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, welcome you again. Thank you.
Great. So then, from all of the information that you guys have received so far, I know it's a lot. But I also hope that you're also seeing that oops, I don't know why that went back, but I hope you're also seeing that, as I mentioned earlier at the start, that a lot of the information you have either received. That's interesting. I'm having slide issues. It wants to start us over, and we're not going to start over. So, but you guys have received a lot of information. But a lot of the information you should be somewhat familiar with. Maybe you got more details in certain areas today. But as you can see, all of this information is available to you on websites. Okay, so you really have the information at your fingertips, but we're always sending out reminders and links to information so that you always have that information available to you. Okay, so just keep in mind that what I mentioned at the beginning, you know, one, you must use your University of Houston email address. The information is going to 99% of the time be available to you on a website. And also that it is very important that you check your email, your UH email account on a daily basis. Very important because you get a lot of information and it's very easy to miss information, but we're always trying to find ways to make sure that we get that information in front of you. Okay, so I am not going to hold you up any longer because you have been wonderful in indulging this time. So let's take a 10-minute break so that you're back by, well, depending on where you are, Central Time, back by 11, let's say 11:35, which will mean we're just 5 minutes behind and are off schedule. And the next session that we will do upon returning from the break will be Suzanne, who is the master at making up time. So, so let's take the break and I will see you back here in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, everyone. We are back. Hopefully you were able to grab a quick coffee or refresh your tea or take a bathroom break. But we are back and we're going to move forward with the rest of our orientation. And so the next thing that we have on the schedule is for Suzanne Gordon to talk a little bit about our website and Facebook. So Suzanne, I am going to turn it over to you.
Wait, can you give me the screen? Can I have the screen?
Yep.
So I'm just going to walk you real through quickly our website here. So you see our homepage or landing page. Just want to make sure somebody give me a sound so I know we're on the, you're seeing what I'm seeing. So well, this has gone through a change just recently in the past couple of months, and we will continue to update it as we go through the year. But this is where the majority of your information, this was information about the individual programs. Now that you're an actual student, you may want to venture off to this site here where the resources are available. The LL.M handbook is very, very helpful. I will tell you that 90% of the questions that come to me from our students that are in the program, this is the first place I go to first to make sure that I am quoting the current policies for the LL.M program. So you can always go here. It gives you a lot of additional information about your degree plan, gives you that information about how many credits you can take in the summer. You also have the option of being able to undertake clinic work. And if some of you want to engage in clinic opportunities so that you can get some practicum experience as well as the classroom experience while you're here. It will guidelines in which clinics you can undertake as they need to have graded grades and not pass fail type of situations. Also scholarship opportunities. These will continuously change as you're going through the program, as our dedicated financial aid advisor here in the Law Center becomes apprised of various opportunities, or maybe sometimes even faculty members or administrations, they get information about scholarship opportunities or writing opportunities, writing competitions while you're a student. These will be posted on this page. It's also part of the Career Development Office, where they will keep a bank of scholarship opportunities available to current enrolled students, which you as an LL.M student, both foreign and US educated, will be eligible for. Those will be in a database as well. And you have information about your residency status, information about what's available on campus. There's a lot of great things on campus. There is a wellness center that your tuition and fees help support. So I encourage you to look into that. They offer some yoga classes for those of you that are showed an interest in yoga. There's also great dining on campus. We have a student-run restaurant. The dorms have food opportunities that vary, and in-house chefs. So some of that is actual done in-house. They have types of farmers markets in the spring and the fall, one day a month that you can go visit here on campus. And just in international opportunities that may open up, a lot of that is through that ELSA group programming. They'll also be posted here. We will keep events posted here. We will have a LL.M Facebook page that I'll send that out, if not by tomorrow over the weekend, that you can start joining. It'll be just another resource that you have access to, where we will post events and happenings as well. Just another resource for you to go to as well. As a student, so these are all headers. The student page here is something that is very important. It's going to give you guidance to navigate your time here in the Law Center. Course information is all listed here, the current schedule, as well as past schedules, how certain classes are scheduled. So if some of you that are already starting to think about what classes you want to take in the spring semester, some guaranteed courses will be listed here, not all of them. Information about exams, the final exam period, when your final exam period will be scheduled for the upcoming fall semester. Calendars are very helpful. The LEX is our University of Houston Law Center communication that goes out to students in an email every day. It's also posted here. It gives you a breakdown from financial aid news, happenings in the Law Center. As I had indicated in some correspondence with you, there are no classes between the noon lunch hour and 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, so that we can do programming here in the Law Center to bring in speakers or have events during that period that everybody has the opportunity to participate in. Those will also be posted in here. The university academic calendar, dates that Director Jones had indicated earlier. The last day to add a class is August the 28th. The last day to drop a class and still get a refund. Those are based on university deadline dates. So the academic calendar here is a Law Center academic calendar that's incorporated into the university calendar. Any dean's correspondence that is sent out through the course of the year is posted here, as well as any other additional events for speakers that we may have. Your information desk for career computer assistance, printing assistance. If you're having problems with your email account, how to set that up. If you want to use an alias so that you can continue to use your personal email accounts, but have it addressed as your U of H email address, they can assist you with that as well. When we do the tour on Friday, we'll be able to show you where all these various offices are within the Law Center building, so you can utilize the time between now and before August the 21st, when there'll be limited people in the building, where you can get assistance to set you up. If you have any additional questions, like going to visit the library to see how that process works, how you check out books, these are all things you can do before the full semester starts on August the 21st. And then there's our additional sources. Your handbook is also posted here. The information about the honor code here. We'll be providing some of this information to you in materials that you'll pick up at the orientation tomorrow, the in-person. If you are unable to attend that event, we will have those materials and we'll get those distributed to you either the first week of class on Monday the 7th, or on the 14th, or on the 21st, just depending when you will be on campus next. As well as we'll have them available in the office and you can just drop by if that's more convenient. But these are also links across campus, things that are managed by outside sources, such as your Cougar card, your parking and transportation. Once you graduate, you're going to want a copy of your official transcript. All these things are managed by the main campus. So these are all one-stop place where you can go to in order while you're a student. Information about the graduation as that becomes available, when it will happen, where it will be, how you order your regatta that you wear to walk across the stage to be announced that you have completed your LLM degree plan. Bar preparation information that Professor Simmons was talking about, this information will be posted here. What you do need to realize is a lot of this information is geared towards the JD students. So when you're talking about things that are specific to your eligibility to sit for the bar exam as a foreign trained attorney, please do not use a generic website. You need to get that from the LLM page, because that's going to be specific for foreign trained attorneys. If you go to something here and just following the fall schedule, where it will say list of courses that relate to taking the bar exam, this is a setup for JD students. It doesn't mean that you can't take these courses. If there's available seating, most certainly you can, but some of these classes may be set up in a distant format. So those are additional things that you have to end up taking, because this is not a complete listing. It's a listing for the JD program. So these are things that I will provide to you once a schedule comes out. to kind of guide you, but this is where you can go to find that information as well. And I would spend some time just running through these headers and looking at them. Some of these will be covered in future coverage by the rest of the session, such as the Career Development Office, which is a really vital resource available to you because they're going to help you if you need guidance on prepping your resume, updating it, and even to the point of assisting you on doing interviews and making yourself feel comfortable in an interview process. They do those type of things to assist you. And then that's available for you even as a graduate to come back and utilize that source for employment opportunities at a different time. So if you are interested in a clinic, there's a link to that, which will tell you everything about that, what type of clinics there are, because that application process is a little different. You just don't sign up for the class, you complete an application, there's an evaluation process, and then they actually in the clinic will register you for it. But there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of different clinics, as you can see right here, just depending. If you are from an ABA, a graduate from an ABA law school, you're still eligible to undertake a clinic as well, as long as you haven't taken that within your first JD program. And then, of course, the library is undergoing some transformations on their website. We also have event calendars, so the entire law center you can go to, information about the law center, any kind of rankings we have that you may be interested in are available here as well. So, back to that. Trying to pick up, see here if we have. So those of you also that will be attending that are not able to attend tomorrow's session, I will give you, those of you, your CougarNet information to access your email account. That will come for those of you that are not coming to the in-person session. I will send that out to you in an email as an attachment before the day is out on Friday, so that you'll have that information as well. And some of the materials that you'll get tomorrow when you come to the in-person will also include handouts that covered some of this information that we discussed through the presenters, as well as maybe some things that you may need to complete and fill out so that we can provide those to your intro professor, so they have a little bit of background information for you in preparation for how they conduct the learning environment in the classes you're taking, whether there be Introduction to American Law or the legal writing class, or even Professor Brem's class that will start on Monday at 1 o'clock, or not 1 o'clock, at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. So as we come back, while we're waiting for the next presenter to come online, does anybody have any questions at this time that you want to have addressed? Hopefully we haven't burned you all out either, because everybody's gotten a little bit quieter.
I do have a question, Susan, and that's more for tomorrow. Do I need to bring something? Like, do I need to bring my computer, a bag, or something like that? Or I just present myself with a big smile?
No, you can just bring yourself. We will be giving you material. So we'll have a notepad that you can take notes on. We'll have pens. We have a gift bag for you that's got some nice swag materials that you can utilize in the program.
Oh, that was a surprise, Suzanne. No.
Well, I wasn't going to show them all of it. Yeah, so you don't need to bring anything. You might want to bring a jacket, because sometimes the courtroom that we are in for the orientation tomorrow, it does get a little cool in there. you know, it's so hot in Houston that when you go inside a building in the summer months, they tend to crank the air so it's very cold, and it's almost like in a building in the summer you have to wear a jacket, and in the winter it's so hot you're wearing short sleeves because they turn the heat. So I always advise people to bring, you know, some kind of jacket, because nothing's worse than shivering when you're too cold. And then if you can always step outside. We will be taking the images tomorrow when you come in, so that'll start as soon as you arrive. We'll take those. We'll do tours and do you in small groups, so we can show you the building and where things are located. If you would like to bring your laptop, if you have time afterwards to go up and talk with Legal Information Technology, so they can prep your computer for things such as access to the printers, because we do have printing services available. They can help you to map those to your computer, help you with your email account, anything that you can do between now and before August the 21st. I encourage you to take the time to do it, because the building's pretty empty right now, because all we have are the summer session classes that are coming to a close. So there's not a whole lot of individuals in the building. We still do have a lot of staff that are finalizing their vacation during the summer months, because it's less activity in the law center. But once we start getting closer to that August 21st start date, the building's going to start filling up, and it will be very different on the first day of class, August 21st. You will have close to about anywhere between 800 to 1,200 people in the building at once. And if you're not familiar where your classes are and where you need to be going, it'll just be confusing. So we try to alter that out. We'll give you maps, and when we do the tour, we'll point out where certain classes are, most specifically the early classes. And most of those will be in the same place, so that you'll be very familiar with where they are. And when you come out of the parking area, we'll have signage out in the open area once you get outside of the garage, as you come closer to the building. The image that's behind me is what the building looks like. Don't go to the building that's next door. It may still say Bates Law. That's the old building. If you go in there, it'll be pretty empty. They are currently transforming that building for a usage by another college, so you might have a few people in the building. But there'll be signage outside to show you. And when you get inside this new building, there'll be signage as soon as you walk in to tell you where to go on the first floor. It's not very difficult to navigate through. And then your first point of contact will be Ms. Ngaro. Well, she'll do your check-in, and then we'll start that program. But it's a lot more informal, relaxed atmosphere tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this point? And any questions about anything, because we have a few minutes. Because Suzanne has done such a wonderful job, we're actually ahead of schedule now.
Question. I bought my parking ticket like a week ago, but I am not sure when am I supposed to receive it or how, and if I'm gonna be able to park my vehicle when I have to go to classes.
You should be getting that in the mail, I believe. I'll have to double check the parking and transportation website. We will be able to give you parking vouchers for tomorrow's event. You'll need to park in the Elgin garage, go through the south entrance. It's located off of entrance 18. I emphasize off of entrance and 18 because there's another way to get into that parking garage. But if you go in and it's not through the entrance 18, you won't have access to the visitor garage because it's only accessible through the south entrance. So you will park in the visitor lot, and then when you come to the event, we will give you a voucher that you'll utilize to get out, so that you don't have to make any type of payment. This will also be provided for the week of Professor Bram's U.S. Legal Skills course, because you may not get your parking sticker in time, and we're still on the summer session parking. So we will pay for that parking Monday through Friday. You'll do the same thing. You'll park in the visitor lot, And then when you go to class, we will hand out the parking passes either before class, or we'll also be there at the close of class. So we're not interrupting the actual instruction time when class is in attendance, and you'll be able to pick that up then. On the 14th, when the Intro to American Law starts that first week, that's Monday through Thursday, your parking passes should be active at that time. So you should have it by then. I'll have more information. I'll look that up, and I'll be able to most certainly, I'll send that out as a group email for parking as soon as I get that information. But if we run into that being an issue, we'll most certainly be able to address that as well before the 14th comes up. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
I would like to participate in immigration clinic for the next semester. My question is if should I apply from now,
I
or
don't believe it's actually online. In fact, the clinic will do an information session in either October or November to advertise the clinic opportunities. And so we'll make sure that that notification gets sent out to the entire LLM class so that you guys are aware of that. So you can participate in that and go and see what that process is like.
Thank you.
But one of the tours will take you around to show you where the clinics are, and you're most welcome at any time to go in and ask them about that process. We will have a couple of individuals coming to the lunch on Friday that work with the clinics because they want to get to know you, to be able to see if maybe some of you that have language capabilities that are beyond the English language, to see if you want to do some kind of translation service. So they're always interested in individuals that have multilingual skills to assist, whether that's either participation in clinic or volunteering or doing pro bono work as well.
awesome, thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll have another opportunity to do another open question session, but I want to get us back on track for our next presenter, which is from the Legal Information Technology Division. Her name is Jackie Flores. She's a wonderful resource, keeps everything technologically working for us, and she's going to present and give you information on your CougarNet account and all the other legal technology resources available to you as a law student.
Thank you for that nice welcoming. I'm going to share my screen to show my PowerPoint. Just bear with me. Can everybody see it? Can you see the PowerPoint?
It's coming up. It hasn't populated. It's just showing the black screen, so.
I had a little bit computer problems, so of course. I could just, I'm sorry?
I said we have two.
Yeah, that's interesting though, the tech person having technology.
Yeah, it happens. It
I'm trying
happens.
to think if I have it in my presentation from last.
Yeah, yeah, they are there. I can start sharing if you want, because I know, yeah, I think I left them in from last year. Are they pretty much the same, Jackie?
Yeah, just the printers change.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
we'll try that.
And the printer location information will be on the handout that students get that covers the LIT CougarNet account, the location. So that's actually better because this way people won't write it down from here.
Okay. Okay. So
first,
is that okay, Jackie?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Go to the next slide. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Jacqueline. I'm here to help with whatever you need. I'm gonna talk about a little bit of our resources that we provide. As a new incomer, you do receive a CougarNet account. This CougarNet account allows you to have access to your email, VPN, any U of H software related By now, you should have received an email by UIT, which is the university's main campus IT, providing you with a password. This password is the one that gives you access to your email. They also created this new portal, which is called Access UH, and this portal allows you to have access to anything U of H related. Parking, my UH, your transcript, software, all sorts of cool stuff. We can go to the next slide. Of course, because you're a Law Center student, you get an actual inbox. The inbox holds up to a terabyte. Before it used to be 2 gigabytes. So you're fortunate you have a lot of more space. Just note that this account does go away once you graduate, because of course we have to repurpose it for new incoming students. We can't hold everybody's account forever. Your Kubernetes password does expire every 80 days. It used to be every 90 days, so that's a woohoo. Every 90 days now, every 180 days. Next slide. So that's about the printers, of course. We do have a printer per floor, so we have 5 floors now. So each floor has a printer. They're located, first floor is by the elevators printing. There's a little hallway. Once you do the tour, y'all see them. I guess it'll be more, and will make more sense. We also provide wireless connection. The UH Guest is an open wireless connection. UH Secure allows you have to log in with your current credentials, and it's more secure in the fact, like if you're doing anything related with like bank accounts or, private information you don't want no one to have access to. It's more of a sense of secure that you can log in with your Kubernetes, and only the people that have access to Kubernetes can access the UH Secure. So if we have someone outside, they can't access it at all. Next slide. We have the VPN. Usually now we use it for student orgs have their resources. The library did do some changes with their VPN, so it's all the same. It's just U of H VPN. We do provide a electronic blue book, which is called EBB software, that we use for while you're taking your midterm or finals. We do have a lot of resources on our webpage, and you can look at videos on how to use it and how it works. And I know towards the end, don't wait towards the end because everybody panics. Make sure you have it installed before the exam, tested it, seen it, and if you have any questions or problems, feel free to email us or stop by at the door floor, and we have someone in the front, or we can help you. We also have a Kuberbyte store, which is awesome. It's located in the South Student Center in the main campus. It provides a lot of discount software. You can also access it online. Next slide. Here's some Zoom. If you have problems with Zoom like we had today, let us know. We can help you. Some of the things that they wanted us to let you know, make sure you're in a quiet place, you have a camera, make sure everything works before you start, mute yourself. It was more during the pandemic because we were more on Zoom than in person, but I can go over this, which I already know. You have plenty of practice now. Next slide. This is our contact information, our email, phone number. We're also located in the 3rd floor. We also have our website, which has a lot of information, videos, instructions. Next slide. And also more links, our homepage, our LIT page, our email address. For you to order a print, you do have to go to this website to upload the print jobs so you can access them through the printer. Um, you can reset your accounts and where you can access UH website resources. I think that's the last one. Yeah. So you have a sheet in your package with all the information I went over, all the links, everything that I just discussed. It was more of an overview and more if you have any questions for me and where, I can clear it up for y'all. But that's it, my part.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Jackie.
You're welcome.
And just for the students, the IT group are just absolutely incredible. And I know they are kept busy with the faculty and staff, but they are absolutely available and very responsive to the students to make sure that you guys have what you need from a technology standpoint to support your education and your journey while you're at the University of Houston. It's also invaluable having that setup on the third floor in the law building, so that at any point, if anything happens, you can always go right to the third floor, or send an email, and they are very responsive. So again, thank you, Jackie, for all of that information and for the continued support.
All right, thank you for having me.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bye.
Okay, so then our next presentation, and I know I just saw Director Klinger come on, and we're actually a little ahead of schedule. So, Director Klinger, if you are ready, Director Klinger will give a presentation on the Career Development Office.
Thank you, Karen. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm excited to join and tell you about the services that we have to offer. My name is Paul Klinger. I'm a director for career development in the career development office at University of Houston Law Center, and I'm also the assigned counselor for all LL.M students. A bit about what that means. Initially, your intro meeting will be with me, but you can certainly move around our office and talk to different people with different interests. I know, for instance, if you're a student who has an interest in intellectual property, I definitely want to connect you with my colleague Chandria Jackson. Or if you're curious about another jurisdiction, we have people in our office like Dean Tucker who've worked in New York, people who've worked in the DC market, and other states as well. So certainly we'll help you set up those conversations. You're not handcuffed to me, but I certainly look forward to helping onboard you and direct you to the resources that our office has to offer. So I'm going to share my screen so that I can take you all to our page on the UH site. So 1 second while I pull that up. Okay, so here we go. This is our landing page for the Career Development Office site. I hope everyone can see that. I'm also going to type in my email into the chat feature, so that each of you can reach out to me individually if you're interested in setting up an appointment in the near future and getting access to our platform. Simplicity, this is how you do it. Just reach out to me at this email address that I'm typing in right now. And we'll, I typically am in the office anywhere from 9 to 6, and I can bend my hours around your work schedule, your study schedule, so that things can work out and we can see each other on a routine basis, or, once a semester, or never if you're not interested in what we do. But I want to make sure that you know that we're available to you to answer career questions, to get you set up with our resources. And that starts with just emailing me and setting up an appointment. All right, so that's in the chat feature for you. I want to point you to the quick links on our page as a great place to start. So our events calendar is going to be the first thing that pops up under that sub menu. And this will kind of clue you into what we're doing, what we have coming up. You'll see that in this week, we have our on-campus interviews that are JD focused, but we'll have events coming up this month and the next that have not only networking potential, but educational value for those of you particularly focused on US law. The lunch and learns that we host are going to be a lot of fun. There's a litigation lunch and learn scheduled for September 15th, transactional lunch and learn scheduled for September 1st. And I just wanted to bring these programs to the forefront of your attention in case you're interested in these different areas. These are great times to kind of interact with practitioners from different fields, get to know some alums that are coming back to school to share. We have open houses and interview sessions that are open to our LLM students throughout the year. So I want you to know that this calendar is going to be useful, whether we're talking fall, spring, summer, in case you're interested in finding an opportunity or connecting with someone. That's what we're here to help facilitate. So make use of this as often as you need. If you ever get interested to see what kinds of opportunities people from this school are getting as they graduate, we keep our employment stats under quick links as well. I'd recommend taking a look at that to get an idea of sort of the reach and the kinds of employers that we're used to interacting with. I will introduce the rest of our office staff real quickly. The dean of our office, Assistant Dean Tiffany Tucker, oversees kind of both the employer side and the counseling side of what we do. And hopefully you'll get a chance to meet her in our office or at any of our outreach and networking events as you spend time here on campus at U of H. Bill Powers is our director of internships and externships, has a really great knowledge, deep knowledge of the public sector in case you're interested in opportunities on that side. Our director of employer relations and development is Chandra Jackson. I referenced her earlier in terms of her focus on the Houston employment scene, her depth of experience as a former engineer, and her knowledge of both the IP field and adjacent opportunities, especially in litigation, where she practiced for a number of years in commercial and personal injury litigation. Stuart Louie is an attorney a New York attorney who joined us last year, and he has a great range of experiences, a lot of them focused in the public sector, and has been an amazing addition to our counseling staff, as has Katie Metallo, who comes to us from a JD Advantage background. She went to school at South Texas and has just been an amazing addition in terms of being able to bring academic a background of academic advising, academic success, tutoring people with respect to the bar exam, and just knowing the career side of the oil and gas industry really, really well, as that was what she was focused on early in her career. So I'm happy to say our counseling team is very strong and diverse in terms of its background and areas of expertise. And I look forward to introducing you to those folks that most interest you and intersect with your interests when we have our introductory appointment and talk about what you're wanting to do with your new degree. So other key members are of our office that support us on a remote basis: Annalise Deweese, Bhavika Shah, and Ashley Scott. They're not in office, but they help us put together statistics, gather information, and put out surveys that keep us in compliance with the American Bar Association and up to speed with what students are doing year in, year out as each class graduates. Finally, I want to mention the first line of defense as you enter our office and that you'll be interacting with. Kesia Branch is our program manager. She's an amazing resource that knows the ins and outs of the campus, and is a great person to talk to if you have a general question about what's going on in our office. So want to make sure that you recognize her and know her as a great resource available to you. So our office is situated in the new building on the second floor. If you haven't visited yet, there's a central staircase as you come in through the front of the building. You'll go up that, take a right, and our office is the only one that you'll see going down that hallway. Our suite is 250. So look forward to meeting some of you in person, some of you virtually. We can stage the introductory appointment in either fashion, and certainly looking forward to getting to know each of you. I don't know in terms of your workload, what your semester will look like moving forward. But I can say my calendar opens to JD students on September 11th. They can't make appointments with me before that. So I would say my calendar is much more open for, I'd say, the next 6 weeks than it will be after that, when we'll kind of be flooded with 1Ls making appointments. So if you're interested in getting in now, it's a great time to schedule an appointment and for us to get to know one another, as my calendar's kind of restricted currently and wide open for these appointments. And usually the introductory appointment will take about 30 to 40 minutes as we're kind of walking through different resources. So one of the things I want to make you aware of is during that introductory appointment, you'll get set up on our platform where our jobs database is. It's called Simplicity. We also have a resource section with a career services handbook devoted to LLMs that's available to you electronically anytime you log in, as well as different research tools and databases related to public sector jobs, and something that I think a lot of people enjoy are the different handbooks, interview tip sheets, and things like that. A lot of guidance in our online resource library that we have through Simplicity. And that's just a starting point. Obviously, we want to have an open and continuing dialogue with you about how to advance your careers, how to improve your interviewing skills, where to look for alums and job opportunities. Those are all conversations I look forward to having with each of you. So that's just a little sprinkling of what we do. And I'd say any program that we're offering, we're happy if the primary audience happens to be JDs, that is not to the exclusion of LLM students. And if you have any questions about that, feel free to call me, reach out anytime to make sure you understand, okay, this is this kind of event. This is the dress code for this, because it's all over the place in terms of the different modes of presentation, the different kinds of panels, and there's a lot to keep up with. And we want to assist you and make sure that you feel comfortable and encouraged to come and learn what you can at different lunch and learns, panel discussions, and presentations that we're putting on throughout the year. And I am very pleased to see, especially this last year, the dialogue that the LL.M group has generated with alums and really enriched, I think, the overall student experience at those events. So we're excited to have you come and contribute and join in with us. And again, anytime you're unsure, should I be here? Should I not be here? Just reach out to me, and I'm glad to coach you through how best and most effectively to participate in different kinds of events if they look new to you, or if you're uncertain about what's going to happen. I'm glad to kind of walk you through and describe what's happening so that you feel comfortable with what you need to do to get there and get the most out of each opportunity. So that runs through most of what I wanted to talk about today. I know that we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Karen, would it be all right to take questions now, or?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Would love to open the floor for any questions you might have about the Career Development Office at this time.
And if there are no questions, I just want to add a couple of things that may add some questions. So, so just a couple of things. One, CDO office, I mean, it is an absolutely incredible office and an incredible resource here at the University of Houston Law Center. And so a couple of things. Now, Director Klinger invited you to sign up for an introductory appointment. I am going to very, very strongly encourage you to sign up for that. And I don't mean to give you more work, but
we want it. We want it.
Yes, I strongly encourage every single one of you to schedule that appointment now. That's one of the things that you should schedule in the next couple of weeks, so you have that initial appointment. It's critical that the people in the CDO office are aware of what it is what your interests are, what your career goals are, so that they can kind of keep their ear out for potential opportunities. And also the other thing that I'm always excited to tell people, prospective students and new students with regards to the CDO office, is that being a part of the University of Houston and a graduate of, once you graduate from University of Houston Law Center, you can always come back and utilize the CDO office for life. So, so it's not just while you're here, but even after 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, if you want help with, you know, interviewing or identifying opportunities, because we have a huge alumni network of people all over the world. So, so this is really an ideal opportunity for you to go ahead and have that introductory meeting so that you get to know more about the CDO office and they get to know something about you. And you can utilize that office for life. So, and then one last thing is that doing it now is really important. Director Klinger mentioned that his schedule is wide open right now as far as appointments. Your schedule is going to get very busy very quickly. And in a short amount of time, you're going to start focusing on studies. And you're going to think, oh, I can do it later, I can do it later. And you're never going to get around to it. So I strongly encourage you between today and tomorrow to take a few minutes and go ahead and schedule that appointment and have the appointment this month before you get really bogged down into classes. Okay, so I'm off my soapbox now.
Yeah, I thank you for the vote of confidence, Karen. I wanted to mention one thing that
get to you, Adela. Just one moment.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. One thing that I had overlooked to mention under our student section that I think has been of great benefit to LLM students in years past is our professional mentoring program. We'll open registration for that later this month. Currently, we're registering the mentor side exclusively, but we'll open it up to students to register as mentees. And I just wanted to show you how that interacts and connects with our CDO page. You just click on students, and it's going to be the fourth option down. That survey will open up probably in 2 or 3 weeks. If you're interested in having access to an alum who you can sort of handpick in terms of giving us criteria for what you're looking for, I want to interact with an attorney who works in this field or who's been in practice for X amount of years or who has worked in this jurisdiction before. There's a number of things that you can indicate to us that would be helpful to you to talk with someone about. And you will have access to that alum for a year to have conversations, talk on the phone, meet via Zoom, meet up in person for coffee. And you two will set up a schedule that works for you over the course of your academic year so that it's not pressurized, it doesn't take away from your study time, and you have a resource that's out in practice in the local market. If that's something that will be useful to you, I highly recommend doing it. I really believe in the value of the program and what you can gain over the months that you're interacting with this practicing attorney and alum. So don't forget about that program. And I'll certainly plug that when we meet on a one-on-one basis, but wanted to mention it now to the broader group. The other thing I wanted to mention is I think a lot of people sometimes feel like they have to have their resume perfected before they make an appointment with me. And I wanted to say, absolutely not. I'll take it as it is and work with it wherever, if it's 5 years behind, that's okay. Bring it to our intro appointment and I'll start getting to work on it ASAP. And I really enjoy seeing the incredible experience that people are bringing from jurisdictions around the world. It's something I really enjoy. So don't feel like that has to be a perfect document before we start looking at it. I look forward to meeting with all of you.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Director Klinger. And Adela, I think you had a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you have another device on.
Yes.
That down.
Okay, I have to leave that. Okay, I left the meeting on my phone because I have connection problems on my laptop. I'm sorry. So, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
we can.
hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, never mind. I will ask you some other time. I just
you
can't
can-
hear you. I have problems with connection.
Would you like to put your question in the chat feature?
Okay. Well, I will ask. I can hear you, but I will still ask the question. So I heard in prior meetings that there is possible, because we were talking about opportunities, that it's possible to have like a temporary bar card or something, and then to be able to attend in supervision of an attorney, like hearings or something similar. So I wanted to ask about that opportunity, like where we have to reach out, if we have to register somewhere or what. So yeah, so this is a question that I would like to ask about that kind of opportunity. Thank you.
We certainly hear about employers that sponsor and volunteer to oversee students' work in that capacity. I have to say, I don't know that I've had a prior experience where an LLM student has brought that to my attention. I'm more accustomed to seeing JD say, yeah, I have an attorney that is overseeing me and sponsored my application for a temporary bar card. I'm not aware of a difference in the process based on the degree program. But I also know that clinical students participating in clinics here at University of Houston Law Center go through a similar process where their supervising clinical attorney provides kind of a sign off on a temporary bar card application. So different ways of going about doing that. And I'm just unsure of the variation there might be for an LLM applying. I assume it would be similar. And I defer to anyone on the call who's actually been directly involved in that process with an LLM student.
This is Derek in Student Affairs. Just to add a little bit to that question, frequently that has been an option to LLM students if they're within a clinic. Now, outside of a clinic, I haven't come across anyone that actually had that opportunity. But the rules are set forth on the State Bar webpage, and that's who you would do the application with. You download the application and fill it out, submit it to my office. We'll certify your status as a LLM student. But as far as what qualifications, they will control that. And as long as you submit the application with them, you'll get a response.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions at this point?
Yes, actually, I have a question to Director Klinger, if I may. So, sir, in order to make an introductory appointment using Simplicity, as you've mentioned, a person has to send a CV to the email address that is provided via the portal to get the password to make this appointment?
Oh, no, you can just email me directly requesting an appointment and
Okay.
providing times, and then we'll set up Simplicity at the introductory appointment.
Oh, great. Got
Yeah,
you. Got you, sir.
I'm not able to kind of set up prior to the appointment everything that we need to and configure it so that you see the full the full setup. So that's something that we'll do over the course of the first appointment that we have.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Okay, are there any other questions at this point?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mr. Klinger. By any chance, do you have openings on Saturdays for meetings?
I'm sorry, you said an opinion on what? I didn't catch the last part.
Oh, I'm sorry. Openings, like, do you work on Saturdays for these meetings?
I can make that accommodation. Absolutely. That's not a problem. Usually morning works better for me if we're doing something over Zoom on the weekends. So, and it will be a remote appointment if it's on a Saturday.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would just encourage you, email me and say, this is the window of time that I have open. Do you have anything available? And we'll set up a Zoom appointment and find a mutual time that works.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, okay. Okay, then at this point, thank you, Director Klinger. And
Thank you for having me, Karen. I really appreciate it, and I've enjoyed getting to interact with the incoming group. Please reach out to me as soon as you like, and we'll get our appointment set up, and I look forward to it.
wonderful, thank you. So at this point, let's see, okay. We are going to move forward in our in the agenda, and the next presentation is from our Student Affairs Director, Derek Gabriel. You actually heard from him in the previous response to a question. So thank you, Derek, and I'm going to then turn it over to you.
Okay, great, great. Again, my name is Derek Gabriel. I'm the Director of Student Affairs within the Office of Student Affairs, also referred to as OSA. Just to put that out there, a lot of people will give you acronyms about the different departments here, and sometimes they run together. And do not know exactly which office they're talking about, but OSA is Office of Student Affairs. Now, the Office of Student Affairs provides an array of services to students, faculty, and staff. But our primary responsibility is to the students. We disseminate information, and we oversee several activities such as enrollment, registration, graduation, disability accommodations, student organizations. We do a lot of well-being events for students. You'll see that at the tail end of the semester, getting ready for final exams. We do things like petting zoo, or we give massages, but we try to do everything we can to get you calm just before the storm, as they say. And also we control your student record. Let me see, do I have access to share my computer? Give me 1 second. Okay. Now, some of the things that we control or deal with, again, is the class schedule, which is on our website. Now, every spring and summer and fall, just before registration, the class schedule gets posted, but we also post what we call a registration information packet. Now, within that packet, it'll tell you, based on your classification, what day you register for classes for the upcoming semester, the time that you can get into the system. And once you get into the system, you have that time all the way through the first week of class of that semester to make changes to your schedule. Also, what we post and control is the fall of the exam schedule, and those will be posted prior to registration, which help you also kind of decide on what classes you want to take along with your advisor, but also give you indication of what your exam schedule will look like. So you definitely want to look at that prior to registering for classes. The other thing that we control or have a big hand in, let me go to the student section where you see current students. Up here, we have tabs for graduation, which most of you, if you're going full-time, will come around next spring. But we'll post all the information about graduation, the ceremony itself, and everything that all the components that go with it will also go on this website. So you will be informed of everything that goes on for graduation. Now, this student page has a lot of information on it, and If you have time, I encourage you to view it and browse through it and just look at it. If you're planning on taking the Texas bar exam, we got bar preparation information on here. What subjects are on the bar exam? When you need to file for the bar application and all that type of information. Now, the Office of Student Affairs, for most students, the primary contact for information, but we work in conjunction with the LL.M department. They will be your first point of contact. And if there's something that they don't handle or can't resolve for you, then you'll be directed to us. We handle pretty much everything that the university handles, except for a couple of little things like financial things and parking and all that. But our goal is to make sure that your transition into law school and while you're in law school is very smooth. So we're gonna do all that we can to eliminate a lot of the outside stuff for you. So if you do have any issues, start with us. We'll try our best to resolve it. If we can't resolve it, we'll direct you to the appropriate office across campus to get that resolved. So you're just not going from office to office. So that's one of our main goals. Now, the other things that Student Affairs oversees is the exam period. We set up exams, we oversee exams with the professors, get them all set up and inform the students about the process. We do anonymous grading, so you'll be assigned a test number that you'll use. Never put your name on anything, you use that test number. For international students, and you're probably going to hear about this from current students, but I'm quite sure the LL.M office will let you know. International students, if they qualify, get extra time on their exam, final exam. It's a third extra time, which pretty much equates to about 20 minutes extra per hour on the exam. We have about 3 different types of exams. We have a timed in-class exam. We have some timed online exams, and then we have a take-home exam, which could range in time from 3 hours to 24 hours. Or the professor may make the exam available to you throughout the entire exam period, but once you access that exam, you only have a certain amount of time to complete the exam. Now, I'm saying this only to let you know that your extra time only goes to a certain limit. And it's basically on a timed exam. So if a professor gives you an exam and tell you have 24 hours to work on it, that's 24 hours. There's no extra time on exams like that. We're just talking about exams that range anywhere from 2 to 4 hours that you will get the extra time on. But anything in excess of that, the professor has designed the exam to give you more time than it actually needs to complete it. So I just wanted to mention that because we've dealt with students in the past that knew that they got the extra time, but thought on a 24-hour exam they would get another 8 hours, which is not the case. We have over, I think at this last count, about 46 student organizations. They put on a lot of different events and programs throughout the semester. You are encouraged to participate in as many of them as you find interest to you. Some of them you can actually join if there's something that you really have a liking to or interest in. But we on our webpage, we have these student organizations on there under academics. You'll see that. But under news and events, is 2 things I wanted to show you. First is the academic calendar. We put this out every semester. On this academic calendar, we include all the important dates and deadlines that you need to be aware of during the semester, like this upcoming fall. Of course, you know, the first day of class, I think y'all may begin 2 weeks earlier with 2 of your classes, but you can still make changes to your schedule all the way through the add deadline, which is August 28th for fall, which means that if you go to class that first week and it's something that you enrolled in, but you're not sure that it's really something you're interested in and there's something else, you can make that change, but you can only make that change up until this date. Y'all won't be doing it in February, but in the spring, there'll be a deadline showing you the bar exam. Holidays on here, days to drop a class. And the only reason I pointed out that if you're past the add deadline, but it's a course that you're not wanting to stay in, you need to be aware of these dates. This first drop deadline is the only date that you can drop and get money back. If you stay in that class further along in the semester, which here, I'll show you November 15th is the last day to drop. You can drop this class, but you won't get any money back on that class. It'll show up on your record as a withdrawal, but there's no refund. Thanksgiving, and then we go on the last day of class and other things for the semester. So the reason I show you that is really because the university as well as the law center is very strict on deadlines. So you want to make sure that you are aware of your deadlines. If you miss a deadline, we will try our best to help you, but on some of these deadlines, it's you know, the consequences are irreversible. So make sure, I can't stress enough that you pay attention to your deadlines. And that's not only with these deadlines, but your professors are going to give you deadlines, and you definitely want to make sure that you're aware of those. The only other three things I wanted to stress to you. The other one is email. Email is the main form of communication with you, the university, the law center, your professors, student orgs. Everything is through email. So you must get in the habit of checking your email regularly. It can be tedious at times because, like as I said previously, there's a lot that goes out from student organizations trying to get you to their events, but your professors are going to send you things via email, and missing that will put you in a bad situation as far as class material. But also we will remind you of deadlines and programs and other things that come up. So you definitely want to check your email on a regular basis. We also send out what we call the LEX, which is an electronic newsletter twice a week. Now within this LEX, there are events, the LL.M office posts events, student organizations, stuff from the dean's office. There's also a section for student affairs, in which what we're posting in our section is information that you need when exam numbers are available, because you're going to start some classes, you may have quizzes or midterm. So you know when the exam number is available. We also have a listing of important dates. If you forget about the academic calendar, that it's posted in the LEX, and that runs from day one to the end of the semester. So you always can click on that and make sure that you are aware of what deadlines are coming up. Also, for email, class cancellations, closing of the university due to weather or other emergencies, Email is the first line of communication that will go out to students. We will eventually get whatever the situation is posted on our website, but the initial reaction is to send out the emergency email. And I think this year we're gonna kind of dabble with using text messages. But then again, that's kind of spotty because not all students put in their cell phone numbers in PeopleSoft, but email is your main thing. Sorry about that. The next thing I would stress is attendance. The Law Center has an 80% attendance policy, but that doesn't negate the professor from instituting a stricter attendance policy. If they have a stricter attendance policy, they would post it on their syllabus, so make sure that you are aware of that in class. The other thing I can say about that, not all professors take attendance as far as calling out attendance, but because they don't call it out, don't think that attendance is not being taken. A lot of times, especially during that first week of class, students will claim their seats, and that's the seat that they will stay in for the semester. So professors make note of that. And if it's someone that doesn't or stop attending class, they will check with my office, and we will reach out to you. And if you drop the class, that's fine. But if you just haven't been attending, you may be asked to withdraw from that class, or we'll try to work with the professor and try to get you caught up. But attendance is a must in classes. Then the last thing is about emergencies. And the only reason I bring this up because during the exam period, because everything is anonymous, if something happens to a student, whether they get ill or stuck in traffic or whatever the issue may be, and they're late to get to an exam, their first inclination is to call the professor. We discourage that, one, because it is anonymous grading, and you contact the professor, now they know who you are. That doesn't mean that you won't get the opportunity to take the exam. It just means that, again, they know who you are, so it's no longer, that anonymity is no longer an option. And then plus, depending on the situation, professors, even though they want to be as helpful as possible, don't know the ins and outs about rescheduling exams, what is allowed or not allowed by university policies. If it's a more serious situation, they aren't aware of what resources we can provide to a student. So if you find yourself in that situation, even if it's not during a exam period, contact the Office of OSA first. We will work with you and then bring in the professor without actually giving him your name, and resolve the issue that way. But again, an overview, the Office of Student Services, I call it the epicenter of the Law Center, because we work with just about every department at the Law Center, as well as cross campus for our law students. So if you have a question about something or need help with an issue, please stop in and see us. We're here to help you. Again, our focus is to make sure that as you're here as a student, that your main focus is on class and doing the best that you can. So anything that we can eliminate from your schedule, your mind, I'll give you peace of mind, as they say. Please contact us. And that is it for me. Anyone has any questions?
Okay, no, that was wonderful. Thank you, Director Gabriel. So student affairs is a very critical aspect of, obviously, of the student experience here at the University of Houston Law Center. And as you can see, student affairs covers a very large area that all impact directly on the student experience, from activities to exam scheduling, accommodations, and graduation, and just a host of other things. So, so I think that's an area, certainly, as I've been pointing you all to throughout this orientation. The websites provide a lot of really good information, so I strongly encourage you all to take some time to look at the website information so that you'll know where information is in case you need it. But as Director Gabriel mentioned, you are always welcome to stop by if you have any questions. So again, thank you, Director Gabriel, for your presentation and the information.
Great. Once again, welcome all of you, and well, look forward to seeing you at least for a little while.
Yes. Okay, well, we're going to move on to our final presentation for today, and that is financial services, financial aid. I never recall the correct title, but Carla will certainly fill us in on that. So the Senior Associate Director of Scholarships and Financial Aid, Carla Martinez, will provide you with that information. So I will turn it over to you, Carla.
Thank you, Karen. Suzanne, I'm not able to share my presentation. I'm not sure why. If you could bring it up for me.
Do you have it, Suzanne? Or let's see, is it the same slides from the previous?
No, it's okay, a little different. Okay. It's updated.
Oh, good. Suzanne's, okay, good.
Thank you, Suzanne. I appreciate it.
Not a problem.
I'll just say next, Suzanne, when we go to the next one, next page. So good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to the University of Houston. As Professor Jones mentioned, my name is Carla Martinez. I'm the Senior Associate Director of Scholarships and Financial Aid. In the chat, I've added the email for the Financial Aid Office for the Law Center, because you do have your own assistant director assigned, and her name is Amelia Avalar, but you do want to send it emails to the lawfinaid@uh.edu email. And the phone number, if you need to call, would be 713-743-2269. So let's discuss financial aid, because I know everyone wants to know how will you finance your LLM program. So before we get into that, let's go into your PeopleSoft ID number that you've been assigned. So everybody's been assigned an identification number. It's each unique to each individual student. You'll hear terms as student ID or PeopleSoft ID. It's very, very important when you're sending an email to financial aid that you include that ID, because we might have students with similar names. It's quicker, easier to access for us to give you a quick reply. So it's very important to include that. As we progress forward, as everybody mentioned, if you're going to be contacted, you're going to be contacted by the email address that we have on file for you. So it's very important, if you have not yet, go into Access UH and your student portal, which is My UH, under personal information, and make sure your mailing address, your phone number, and your email address is correct and up to date. On this same portal, My UH, you can also view your financial aid, any kind of registration, fees, bill payment. You can check your grades, That's your student portal to access all of that. Now, when it's very important that when you're accessing that, the most important part, at least for me, for students, is for students to look at their student center. And on their student center, there's a to-do list. If there's some item that you need to submit, regardless if it's for financial aid, if it's for ISSSO, if it's for the program that you're in, there's going to be information on that to-do list as to what you need to submit. Next, Susan. So very important. So we all know payments are coming up. If you don't know the due date for the bill is August the 15th. Now that is by 5 p.m. on that date. Now, is that before classes start? Yeah, it's before classes start, and that's just the norm. And we have to adhere to the standards of what Central Campus and Main Campus has as a due date for everyone in university, undergrads as well as grad and professional students. Now, how do you make a payment? Well, that's a good question. You make a payment by going to your student portal, MyUH, and selecting financials. And then you're going to actually go and make a payment. You could do by credit card, you could do it by electronic check, or Western Union. You would need to make that selection. Now, if you're looking to make a payment via wire transfer, which we do have students that do that, just email lawfinaid@uh.edu and the instructions will be sent for you. Next, Susan. So for those students that are receiving financial aid or are eligible to receive financial aid, you should have already filed your 23-24 FAFSA application. And it's going to have the school code of 003652, which is the main campus, because we are a part of the main campus. And you're going to use your 2021 IRS tax return data. Now, the reason why the next sentence is highlighted, it says you must file a renewal FAFSA application each year. This only pertains to students that are going to be extended past the 1 year, so the 2 semesters that they're going to be in. Let's say they're pursuing, maybe a second LLM, whatever they might be doing. If you're going to look for financial aid and you're eligible for it, you must supply a new FAFSA. The caveat to this is that although it's normally available October 1st, the Department of Education is changing the FAFSA application. So it's not going to be available until December of this year. Emails will go out to all students across campus for those students that need to fill out a FAFSA for the 24-25 academic year. But I just wanted to highlight it because the FAFSA application is changing and it won't be available October 1st as it normally is. It'll be available sometime in December, and emails will go out from the Office of Scholarships and Financial Aid to let you know. Next, Susan. Okay, so at this time, you should have already accepted your financial aid awards in your PeopleSoft under financial aid. So your student portal, MyUH, and in financial aid. And it's going to be the 2024 academic year that you're looking at. Now, for those students that need to apply for Graduate Plus loans or private alternative loans to fill whatever gap there might be, financial aid gap, you should have already done so. If not, you still have time to do so, but you want to do it as soon as possible. Now, if you're applying for a Graduate Plus loan because you're eligible, because you can submit a FAFSA, it is very, very important, can't stress this enough, that after you apply, you would immediately know if you're approved, send an email to lawfinaid@uh.edu with your student ID number, letting financial aid know that you've been approved for a Graduate Plus loan, and provide your name and your student ID number and the application number that you receive. And the reason for that is it's just quicker for us to apply that loan to your student account so it shows pending. Now, the reason for that, before I get into the last bullet on this, the reason for that is because the bills are due on the 15th. You want the financial aid to show pending by the date that the bills are due. But also, financial aid for law students is actually dispersed earlier. So that's a plus for everybody because it's dispersed on the 11th of August, which is before the bills are even due. So that's a plus for our students. This is something that we worked hard to get in place last year, and it was a success. Now, what's going to stop students that are getting federal aid is if you do not complete the required entrance counseling and master promissory note for those loans. If you don't, the loans will not disperse. So it's important that when you're submitting the documentation for the loan, at the same time, complete the master promissory note and complete the entrance counseling. Next slide. Okay, so there's different types of awards as we discussed. So this is more so for the federal direct unsubsidized loan is for students that are eligible to get federal funding. So what it is that the interest rate has changed. It changes every year. So if you're getting and you're eligible for an unsubsidized loan, and this is your first unsubsidized loan as a professional student, you have an interest rate of 7.05% fixed. And then of course there is a fee of 1.057%. It usually equates to about $220 for the academic year, because you're awarded for an academic year. The lifetime for direct loans, for those students that might already previously have loans, know that your loans will be total $138,500. That's the lifetime. Eduardo, I see that you have a question. Just please let me finish the presentation and I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody has. The federal graduate plus loans, the interest rate for that has gone up as well. It's 8.05% with the fee from the federal government being 4.228%. So with that in mind, the reason why there's no estimated amount is because the graduate plus loan, it depends on what you're requesting. You could request the maximum amount, which is up to your cost of attendance minus any aid you might have already received, or you can just request a specific dollar amount. But just know that if you're submitting an application, keep in mind the semester that you're submitting an application, because really the application should be for the whole academic year. Some students don't like to do that. They just want to do it semester by semester. Not an issue at all, whichever you feel most comfortable with doing. But just know that if you're only doing it semester by semester, when spring comes around, you should have already submitted your application for the spring graduate plus loan by November and letting financial aid know that. Now, there's also other types of loans, which is alternative or private loans. So for those students that are not US citizens, students can get private loans, but just keep in mind that the lender is going to require a co-signer that is a US citizen, and their interest rates vary. So I can't tell you what they could be high, they could be low, but normally they are a little bit higher than what the federal loans are. Next. Okay, so as we discussed, disbursement of financial aid for anything that is pending already on your account is August the 11th. So that'll be the first day. So now the question is that what if you requested more aid than your amount of your bill? This is where you're going to, when you request your aid and you've been awarded, look at your student center. On your student center in the middle of the page, it tells you what your full bill is. It tells you what your pending financial aid is, and it tells you the term total. If the term total is a negative sign, that's indicative that you're going to be getting a refund back. So by this time, you should have already received an email and a letter in the mail from an organization called Bank Mobile. That is a third-party organization that processes refunds from the University of Houston. And you will need to register your refund preference. Now, quickest way to get a refund back is to select the preference for an existing bank account and enter your bank account information. That is the quickest way to get it back. If for any reason you haven't gotten an email or a letter in the mail, you're going to want to contact the Office of Student Business Services to get what is called a code. So it's a personalized code for everyone. It's not the same, to register your preference. And right now in the chat box, I am adding the phone number for Student Business Services, so you can request that code if that's needed. Now, is it possible that financial aid won't be given to you in a timely fashion? Yes, only because of the fact if you're not completing your entrance counseling, So you need to keep that in mind. So you need to be prepared either to pay your bills out of pocket or select one of the payment plan options that are available from the University of Houston, from the Office of Student Business Services. So what I'm doing in the chat box, I am adding the website for the Office of Student Business Services. So this way you can review what payment plans are available, because some people do still need payment plans. Now, as I mentioned previously, your financial aid is awarded per academic year. So it's fall, spring. So unless you're specifically requesting just one semester of aid for an alternative or a graduate plus, but if you're eligible for a federal unsubsidized loan, it is awarded to you for the entire academic year. Next. We discussed refunds. So as I said, refunds are very important. Best option is to select a direct deposit to your bank account that's already existing. It's quick. The refunds, once they've processed, usually within 1 to 3 business days, you'll have your money in your bank account. All right, now time for questions. I know that's a lot of information, a lot to compress. So I'm just gonna look at Eduardo's question. I've chosen for the next semester. We'll never check how much you need to pay. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Okay, you can do one of two things. When you're looking at your financial aid on your student center, if you have selected an installment billing plan, but you have financial aid that's pending, you're going to take that off your first installment. So let's say you have $20,000 on a bill, right? You have $10,000 financial aid. So your first couple of payments seem to be covered. So you just want to make sure of that. If you need it broken down further, email lawfinaid@uh, so we can break it down further to you and show you exactly if you need some assistance with that. So does that answer your question, Eduardo?
Yes. So as an example, like when I go to the PeopleSoft account, I see that I have something that says total amount due. So I just divide that amount in 4 installments and I pay like pam, and that's it.
Right. Let me ask you a question though. Do you have any pending financial aid?
Yes, it says that I have pending financial aid.
All right. So look underneath there and it says term total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's going to initially, so you know, it's initially going to take the total amount and break it into 4 payments. So you're right. Take the pending financial aid and take it off the first payment. And that's what you're going to need to pay for the first installment.
Okay.
Okay. So with that being said, you mentioned August to 12th. So yes, by August the 12th, as long as you've done everything that you need to do, if it's a loan, I'm not really sure. On August the 12th, when the financial aid disperses, then it will automatically adjust itself and you'll see the payment that you need to make. Something else to keep in mind, when you're making the payment and you go online, it's going to tell you the total amounts due. Oh, no. I made an installment payment. You're going to manually type the amount that's due in the box next to it.
Okay. I will wait until the 12th then.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Caroline. You're fantastic.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? You got me now.
I have a question.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I think you just answered my question, but I just want to verify. So basically, if I have the pending financial aid in the system, it'll automatically pay itself by the 11th. I do not have to move anything.
Correct. Now, keep in mind, if it's a loan and you haven't completed your NSERS counseling or master promissory note, it won't disperse. So you want to do that now, if that's what you have pending. You know, everybody's a little bit different. But on the 11th, it will disperse, and on the 12th, you'll see the actual amount that's due.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So I already,
Sure.
I accept the loan and I complete the 2 requirements from FAFSA, and I received the email from Bank Mobile Disbursements. I choose my bank. So I have to wait until the 12th to get the money, or how does it work?
Okay, so what happens is now, your financial aid, is it more than your bill?
I haven't checked that.
Okay, so go to your student center. When you look at your student center, look where it says fall 2023. It's going to say your bill. It's going to say your pending financial aid. And on the very underneath that, the third line item says term total. If the term total has a little negative number next to that, then yes, you're getting a refund. If it doesn't have a negative sign next to it, then that means you owe that money. So to answer your question, let's say there is a negative number and you're getting a refund. It's 1 to 3 business days to process the refund. So it's not August the 12th. It's 1 to 3 business days. So by I mean process the refund, I mean for the school to send that information to Bank Mobile. Keep in mind, it's up to your bank when they deposit that credit to your account. So that's important to remember.
But just to be clear, so FAFSA will pay directly the University of Houston, and then whatever is less, they will refund it to the account.
If there is, yes. But look at your student center today to make sure and confirm.
Okay,
because as I said, if there's not a negative number there, then no, then you still owe money and that would need to be paid.
Okay, perfect. Got it.
Okay, all right.
Carla, you have a question in the chat. Can I pay in person by check?
Yes, you can. So how you're going to pay in person, don't go to the law center. We do not have the ability to accept payments. So on campus, there's something called the Welcome Center. In the Welcome Center, there's a cashier's office. And yes, you can pay by check. Not a problem. You can pay by check, credit card, bank check, money order. But of course, you know, if you're getting a bank check or money order, you already know what the amount is. But yes, you can gladly go in person and pay, you know, that way.
I have another question. So what if I am waiting for a class to come open? So I have a bill already, right? But, you know, I have this 4th class just pending in there, and I enrolled into this one just in case the one that I want doesn't come available. When am I going to know that?
Cindy, that is a great question, because I'm sure that I don't think I've ever been asked this question. So this is what comes into play. After the class is added, I'm not sure on the enrollment side if you get notification that the class is added, you might not. But Student Center, you want it, that's going to be your lifeline, because normally after a class is added, it's within 24 to 48 hours that the charges are added. So that's very important. So that's why you're going to monitor your Student Center, because you're going to look to see what your bill is, and then keep looking to see if it changes, to see if you've been added in the class. As I said, I'm not sure if you get notification. That's not a question that I can answer, whether you got added to the class or not. If you do, then you're going to see a change in your bill within 24 to 48 hours thereafter.
Carla, I have another question. I actually sent an email, but sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Cindy?
I don't really know if we get notifications on when. I know that I'm on wait list, and I already have sent a couple emails regarding that, but I haven't got an answer yet. So
I'm sorry, Professor Jones, Professor Gordon, do you know if they get emails when a class is added?
I don't know if they get emails either, because that's managed by the main campus. I do know that if a class has a wait list, that will release open or not open by a week before classes. So that should populate by the 14th of August, so that it would be reflected on the 15th by the time your date is due.
Thank you, Professor Gordon.
So I have a question regarding that. So if I already paid for 4 classes, right? So let's say that I want to change the class. Can I just apply the credit that I have, because I already paid, right? For the 4th classes towards the new class that I want, since I'm going to drop the one that I enrolled. Does that make sense?
What's very important, yeah, that makes sense, and that normally happens. However, keep in mind, it has to be the same number of credit hours, because if a class is dropped for 3 credit hours and a class is added for 4 credit hours, you're going to owe the difference.
Correct. Okay. It's
Okay.
just payment is due by the 15th, and then the classes won't be up, like, you don't know anything until the 14th. It's just kind of
Right.
very short window.
Right,
So,
I
okay.
understand that, I understand, but yeah, it's, if you monitor your account, you can see when the bill changes. I just, can't answer the question, and as Professor Gordon mentioned, that we don't know if main campus, I haven't seen it in the past, so it's just good to keep an eye on it, okay?
Yeah.
You're welcome, Cindy. I'm sorry, the next person.
I have a question. Is it normal that even if I submitted the master promissory note, the system is still showing it as a task to do?
You shouldn't have a task to do for a master promissory note. That's not something that we add on your to-do list.
Well, in the item that said to do.
All right. So, because everybody's different, email lawfinade@uh.edu, because I don't want to bring up your account right now because it's private and personal and we don't share that information, but that's not something that should be on your to-do list. Okay, so when you email, as soon as we get off, or you can email now when you're ending, confirm to see if that's actually on your to-do list or not. Because I know you're seeing it, but if we're not, we don't see, and I've never seen that in the years that I've worked in financial aid where it's been added to the to-do list. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I have a question, please.
Yes.
So I applied for the Graduate Plus loan in July, but I didn't send an email because I did not supposed to send an email. So can I still do that now for me to be able to get the loan
Yes.
disbursed?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so I see Nayla has a question. Nayla, the question that you have is there an additional fee? Yes, there is an additional fee. If I'm not mistaken, 1.5%, or it could be 1.7%.
Yes, that was my question. If there is any
Yes.
additional fee, if we make a payment through via credit card or debit card, what is the additional fee?
If I'm not mistaken, it's either 1.5 or 1.75% of what you're paying. Now, keep in mind, the only way to pay without being charged would be an electronic check or paying a check in person. But those are the two ways to pay without having any kind of additional charges added.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Even though if we apply for the installment and we pay via electronic, we will not be charged with any additional fee.
Well, for the payment, when you're making the payment, the electronic check will not, but credit and debit would.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Adela? Let's see, I have a question. In my PeopleSoft, appear the bill my sponsor sent you a third party. However, my sponsor did not receive in her email. Okay, so Adela, if you're talking about third party billing, that is handled by the Office of Student Business Services. So if you remember, I added the number 713-743-1010, option 6. That is for Student Business Services. That is who you want to call because they handle third-party billing, and they will be able to provide you the documentation that's needed. Adela, did that answer your question? And I see another question. Can you pay by check? Yes, you can pay by check in person. And I think I already answered that question at the Welcome Center or online. Does anybody else have any questions? I think there might be some more questions. Oh, this was
I see one
a
hand.
very valuable session.
Elsa's hand. Elsa, did you have a question for Ms. Martinez?
Oh, hi. I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I
have a question.
We can't hear you, Elsa. But if you want to type it in the chat, then that's fine too.
And while we're waiting for Elsa's question, Juan, you have a question?
Hi, yes, about the refund. So I just check in my account and I do see a negative number on the term total. So first, thank you because I wasn't sure what back mobile was, and I'm gonna use that. But once I get the refund, should I return it to the FAFSA or should I use it for next semester?
Okay, that's a great question, Juan. And everybody has that question. Everybody does something a little bit different. So you can either if it's a loan, you can find out your loan servicer because they'll be contacting you and you can pay them, or you can use it for whatever school related expenses you have, or you can save it for next semester. So it's totally up to you. Each student is a little bit different, but it's up to you to decide what will be the best for you as you, the student.
Okay, perfect. Because it's both FAFSA and the Graduate Plus loan, so both are from the government.
Yeah, and you can decide which is if you're using it for school-related expenses, which includes if you're using it for living expenses as well, that's fine. But you would need to decide if you're not going to need the refund, you can pay the money back to the loan servicer, and you can choose. You know, normally if you're getting a loan at the same time, it's normally the same loan servicer, but you can make that decision.
Okay, perfect. And I had another question. It's a quick one.
Sure.
So if I'm gonna do the spring semester for this LLM and then maybe a small, because we need 24 hours. I might need to do like 3 more hours, for example, 4 more hours in the summer semester. Will I need to renew the FAFSA for 5, right?
Well, so let's understand. So for University of Houston, summer's considered differently. Summer is part of the 23-24 academic year. So we end our academic year with summer. Now, something important to understand that to get any kind of loan money from the federal government, you have to be enrolled in 6 credit hours or more. So if you're enrolled in less than 6 credit hours, you will not be eligible for any federal loans. So this might come into play as to what you want to do with that refund. If you want to save it because you know you're going to attend summer classes.
Okay, perfect. Now I see. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. Elsa, did you chat? Did you put in your question?
Oh, I didn't, but I guess you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Great. I just changed to my phone. Just my computer's not really working. I tried to see in the UH app where tuition and fees are, and I tried to make the payment, and it gave me like an amount for the total tuition and some other stuff that I need to pay. And then if I go to payment plans and I divide it into 4, those 4 payments are more than what I would pay if I would pay it in once, like if I would pay just one time. My question is that normal? Should I do you charge a little bit extra when you divide it into 4, or it's just that, yeah, I don't really understand.
Okay, so a couple of different things. Elsa, are you getting financial aid?
I am not getting financial aid. I have a scholarship, but not financial aid.
Okay, that's financial aid.
Oh, that's okay.
Financial aid.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So what happens is that financial aid is pending.
Yeah.
So when you take the total, so keep in mind, one, if you signed up for the installment billing plan, I'm sure you read that there is a $25 charge to start that payment plan.
Yeah.
So on your first payment is going to have the $25 charge, but it does not have your financial aid pending. So what you're going to do you're going to look at that and you're going to break that bill up into 4 equal payments, and then your financial aid that's pending, deduct that from the first payment.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, that makes sense now.
All right.
Yeah.
And then in the box, when you're making the payment, you're going to manually type in the amount that you're going to pay, because it's never going to be correct because there's 2 different sides involved. There's a billing side and then there's financial aid side. That's why I stressed about looking at the student center, because that will provide you a holistic view of what you have pending and what the actual amount is that you need to pay.
Okay, good, perfect. It's just or I just graduated from school in Mexico, and what I used to do, well, my parents used to do is they would pay full tuition, and that will give like sort of a discount to the tuition. I don't think it works the same here, right? No.
No.
Okay.
But that's a good question. No, it doesn't, but that was a great question.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Louise, for answering that question. If you want to pay on campus with a check, you're going to go to the cashier's office at the Welcome Center. If you want to pay on campus with your credit card convenience fee still applies, but it would be at the Welcome Center cashier's office.
Okay.
Putting attention, Miss Carla, you have excellent information, accurate.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes.
You know, I used to be over at the law center.
Yes.
And I just moved on, and I'm just assisting for today. But yes, you're in good hands. Trust me.
Carla, before you leave, I have a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. Are you gonna be tomorrow in the center, or Emilia is gonna be there?
You know what? That's a good question. Professor Jones, Professor Gordon, do you know that? Because I don't know the answer.
And
I know I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carla, you know you are always welcome. So let's just make that clear, okay?
Invitation has been sent right now.
Yes, but I don't think Amelia plans on being there tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong, Suzanne, or
Yeah, I don't know either, because the summer schedules are still in place, so I just don't know what everybody's schedule is in the building.
Yeah, well, even I mean for the also for the orientation, I'm not aware that Amelia planned on attending.
Yeah. What time is tomorrow, Professor Jones?
Oh, it is. Well, we start at 9. But then we also have a lunch. Yeah, we also have lunch though at noon. Okay, and we finish about 1:30 again.
I'm not making, if Amelia can't come, I can't make a promise, because you know my other role that I'm in.
Yep.
So I will try my best.
You're more than welcome. I'm going to be so happy to see you there, Carla, anytime. At least 10 minutes for us.
And just the fact that you're considering it, Carla, we're all excited.
Okay, so how about, what time did you say lunch was, Professor Jones?
It's at noon.
Noon?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We'll save a plate for you if you're a little bit late, so no problem.
I'll commit to coming at 12. I'll commit to that.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. I can't say that I'll stay till the end, but I will commit to that.
That's totally okay. Wonderful. Right. Thank you so much, Carla. As you can see, your information is invaluable. and many questions, and just so glad you could join us and respond to so many questions. We have made you do a workout today for sure.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I miss everybody over there, so don't think you're not missed, because you're definitely missed. And I want everybody to have a great day, and I will see you tomorrow afternoon.
Wonderful.
We miss you, Carla.
And look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody. Go Cougs. Welcome to the Coug family.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so as Director Martinez mentioned, it's important for you guys to monitor your student center. So that is a really good takeaway from her very detailed and very helpful presentation and information. So that actually brings us to the end of our orientation, and we're 2 minutes early. Amazing how that can happen, right? So I'm willing, though, to take any final question that you guys might have, knowing that we will be together tomorrow for all of you who are able to attend in person, and hopefully most, if not all of you, are able to attend tomorrow, because I think you will be very happy if you attend, because we really do have a really nice morning and portion of the afternoon planned for you. So any final questions? Okay, well, it seems like you guys got them all out with Carla. That works for me. So, so really, I hope this information has been helpful to you today.
Oh, yes.
I hope you guys have had an opportunity to have your questions answered. And now, as we move into day 2 of the orientation, I hope you're starting to feel really comfortable about starting your LLM journey here at the University of Houston Law Center. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at the in-person orientation. And again, remember, wear your Cougar red, right? Be prepared to take your picture when you arrive. You will have a tour of the building, and we have other fun things planned, including only one content session, but then really having the opportunity to talk with some alums of the program and really get you feeling comfortable as you move into the start of your LLM program. So thank you all. It's wonderful seeing you, wonderful meeting you, and can't wait to meet you in person tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Adios.
Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.